Cash App, time the thing is over. Somebody's going out of here with the money. So we got them coming on. We have Eli the Curry and Andrea Richmond, who are actually going to be our shoutcasters for the day for the esports tournament. And I heard they've been burning up some real like heat and bringing the smoke back there. They've been, I think Elijah Pittman from Dillard has won his match, and some of the others. So we're excited to see who comes through and how this goes. But George, back to the weekend. One of the really exciting things that I'm looking forward to, and I know that you are too, is Rob Covington, who was with the Houston Rockets, right? And now
Portland Trailblazers. And I meant to say Rob is in the skills challenge. So we got to give a shout out to Rob Covington. The scholarship will be from Rob Covington to whoever wins, who joins on. So let's give our guy Rob Covington a shout out. Hopefully he plays, he represents the HBCU as well and have a good showing.
Yeah. And, you know, it's cool because he's the only one now, the only HBCU alum that's in the NBA right now. So, you know, he is representing not just for Tennessee State, he's representing like for all HBCUs. He is our all-star, like bringing it all the way home. So we're excited. And just so we can kind of explain what's happening, Rob is actually going to come on with us tomorrow. We're going to do a Zoom call and interview with him. And then we're going to launch our Get That Job Fest contest with, it's Verizon Media sponsored with HBCUs, HBCU Heroes. It's Get That Job Fest. If you sign up this weekend, it's free to sign up. The event is Friday, March 12th. If you sign up this weekend, everyone that enters to sign up will be entered to win a $1,000 scholarship courtesy of All-Star, NBA All-Star, Rob Covington. So
tell them where they can go to sign up, Tracy.
They can go to our, thank you, George. They can go to our website, hbcuheroes.org, and they can sign up there. All the information is on there. And then we'll put all the information after this up for the Rob Covington scholarship offer for contestants who sign up. I mean, for people who sign up this weekend. It's really great because Rob, who, you know, he's been with us. He's done what, 3 or 4 of our live stream events with us.
Yes.
He is a person who walks the walk and talks the talk, and it obviously went to an HBCU, but he just gave $1 million back to their basketball team's department just to make sure that the people who come behind him are able to handle their business with resources and things. And, you know, he's a great gamer, so he supports everything we do here and just can't give enough out to him. So again, if you sign up All-Star Weekend, which is this weekend, you get to be entered to win $1,000. And I know Just Mikey and Elena are going to help us to spread the word. They are awesome. I love having ambassadors like those two because they told us, don't worry, Trace and George, we got this, and spread the word. They got their friends to enter the contest, talent contest, and both of them, they have thousands of people on their Instagram and Twitter. They're like little rock stars. Like they're like you and me before social media came out.
and for disclaimer, we know Mikey is in the Aggies are representing today, but anyone has a chance to win. And if an Aggie wins, so it's full disclosure.
Yeah, full disclosure. I mean, they are helping out, but they're on our team. They're part of the home team. So they are on our all-star team of ambassadors. But there are a lot of schools that are participating all across the board, whether it's in the esports tournament or the talent contest. And we wanted to bring the best of the best for All-Star Weekend and do these two together. So that's why we're making sure that we got the representation here. So it's going to be an exciting show. What are you
looking forward to it. I want to see if we got any talented vocalists out there.
Oh, I think we do. I think there are a couple of those. I also think there's like I don't think they call them the flag girls, but the what do they call to do the flag and the marching the girls?
The drill team. Is it the drill team?
Yes, I saw those. I'm like, okay, it's going to be steep competition. So I'm excited to see everything that happens there. But before we go, because I know our time is counting down, I just want to say, everybody out there, please, please, please make sure you follow us on social media at HBCU Heroes on all social media. That's Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, LinkedIn, all of those. Or also you can go to our website for any information from today and moving forward at hbcuheroes.org.
Yes, and follow us because we have some great stuff coming up in May all year round. We're giving out scholarship and prizes, and I know you students out there, any little bit to help you with that education fees and that scholarship and cost of tuition goes a long way.
Well, you know what? And I got to say this before we go. When you told me, because I don't know if you guys know, George was the head coach for CAU men's basketball team for a couple of years. And he told me that the fees to apply for college is now, is it $450 or $500?
Yes, yeah.
When I was in college and you were in college, I think it may have been $25. It's somewhere around there. It wasn't, I remember like I could apply to 10 colleges and not break the bank, right? Now, if you don't, I don't even know how kids apply to all these colleges. If you want to apply to 10 colleges, you hear people say, oh, they got into 15 colleges. Where'd they get the money to apply? It's expensive.
Exactly, yeah. Yes, it is.
So that's why I'm glad that we do what we do to help students with scholarships and stipends and help raise money for that. Even our Digital Media Fellows program, part of that is to help students with networking and resources so that they can get jobs and internships. So some of this stuff we can lighten the load a little bit for HBCUers. So
well, it's time to give it over to Mike and Elena.
Okay.
Our time is up. We'll stay on here all night, but we're gonna let the students take over from here.
All right, well, Mikey and Elena, take it away.
There we go, there we go. Greetings,
Hello.
My name is Just Mikey, this is.
It's your girl, Elena. How are you guys? We both are students from A&T, and today we have a lot of stuff coming up for you guys, a lot of great talent. We have people from Howard, A&T, Fayetteville, all over, so we're gonna be in for a lot of great talent for today.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. It's just the fact that Atlanta don't really want to play with y'all today. So I think she wants to go right into it. So I'm gonna let her take it away.
Well, before I get into all of that, like Miss Tracy said, the first place prize winner will win $250 and the runner-up will win $100.
That's
so
money.
That's a lot of money.
And just like they said, y'all get it just
today,
like that. Y'all get it today.
Oh, and if you guys are watching, you guys are tuned in, hey, hope you guys are enjoying the show. You guys can cast your votes in the chat by putting an exclamation point and vote, and that's how you guys can cast your votes for whatever talent you want to see win the $250.
Yes, ma'am. There we go, there we go. So we're gonna get right into it.
So I think we go ahead and pass it out to the showcasters.
Showcasters,
yeah.
You already know.
Hello. Hello,
welcome
everyone.
Back.
And welcome
I'm Eli
back
Curry.
to our. Yes, and I'm Bordy McBoard. You know, we're still getting our feet under us. It's been a long time, let's say a month since we've last seen each other, Eli.
Yes, it has been. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm out here slumping like I'm part of my organization that I'm repping right here. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm trying to get on my feet.
But it's okay. It's okay because we are all here to get on our feet for a wonderful occasion. That is the All-Star Weekend. Bullhorn noises. Come on now. We're here with Bordy McBoard and Eli the Curry. We're going to be doing a wonderful tournament for NBA 2K. Are you excited, Eli? I know I am.
Oh yeah. Most definitely. I am very excited to be casting this 2K21 tournament this weekend, All-Star Weekend, in fact.
Yes.
But I already know that our players are in championship form. They're going to be going hard, trying to get their hands on this incredible first place prize, as well as some of the other items that are going to be on, on the pedestal for our players to reach for in this tournament today.
And it's wonderful, too, because not only are we going to be looking at wonderful, talented esports players play their hearts out for 2K, we're also going to be seeing wonderful talent sing as well in the talent competition. We have prizes for that, I believe $500. That's a lot of moolah as a college student. Now, Eli, I know you know, 500 is a lot when you're in college because we broke in the college.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Listen, I still owe my older brother $40 when I stole his jokes to win a talent show competition when I was in college. So for what they're on the stake for, I can only imagine what these students have cooked up. You know how talented and diverse the talent pool is when it comes to HBCUs, students all across the country coming up with all kinds of things. So I know we're going to be in for a treat when it comes to the talent show portion of this. And then when we're all done, we're all amped up and hyped up from what they're going to be kicking and what they're going to be bringing. Then we get to watch some competitive 2K action happen, and we get the juices flowing. We can root for people. I can't wait. It's going to be a great day.
Now, how good are you? I have to ask, how good are you on the sticks for 2K? Are you, first of all, let's ask, because 2K, there's a lot of different modes to play. You can play Ultimate Team, you can play normal GM mode, you can play My Player mode. Like, what's your favorite type of vibe for 2K?
I mean, I'm not gonna front. I'm the type of dude who comes in and I put my name in the creator player thing. I make my build and I go out and I live the dream, you know? You can definitely catch me averaging 70, 80 points a game for the Pacers in my 2K, my career mode, no doubt.
Because we got to do it for the home teams. You're a Pacers fan. I am a Knicks fan. And we could talk about that later about how good they are. I mean, I don't know about in 2K, but how good they are in the regular NBA. We have time for that filler and stuff too. But I love me some My Career mode. There's nothing better than joining that team that just needs that one more piece. Or maybe if you want to be OP, just go to like a team that's already stacked like the Lakers or the Nets and just dominate, you know?
It's go ahead.
Is your move to win a championship that way, or to go with the home team always?
Oh no, it's always Indiana Pacers for me to start out with. I gotta do it like that. You know, sometimes, like you said, you might want to build a different, you know, center or something like this, and like I don't want to go to the team with this, but always to start out with, I gotta rock with the blue and gold. I'm Naptown faithful 100%. So I'm actually very excited for this coming weekend. There's actually going to be a couple of Pacers representing at the All-Star weekend. Domantas Sabonis is in the Skills Challenge. And one of the rookies that are on the Pacers who hasn't gotten a lot of playing time, Cassius Stanley, is going to be in the dunk contest alongside your boy from the Knicks.
Obi Toppin.
Yeah.
It's going to be nice. It's going to be nice.
It's going to be some Pacers versus Knicks happening this weekend. So we could talk about that. We can have our little back and forth when that happens.
Right. But when that happens, until then, we're going to slide into intermission. We have plenty of time to talk about the NBA, the All-Star weekend, and there's so much to talk about, including the players and the talent for this week, man. But until then, we're going to slide into intermission to get this thing on started, all right? So, see you soon.
Only got one thing to say, and if I knew it wouldn't fall on deaf ears, maybe I'd try. Gathering from deep below the strength I need so I can let you know before you let go. If we open our minds and we find there's a time, meet me there somewhere in the middle. We're afraid but we'll find, but we're running out of time. If we mend, we can bend before we break. And when we almost feel like we're
I'm not sure that I'm right for this conversation. Half a smile, walk away. Again, I'm sorry. I don't really get these social cues. There's no excuse for a lack of words. Thought I'm pretty self-aware, but apparently I'm not. I don't know what to say. I've always been this way. Fuck. Words are hard, everybody's different, and that's okay. I don't know what to say.
All right, back at it and back at it again. Boarding McBoard and Eli the Curry, and I'm so excited. We're about to start the first part of the tournament. It is going to be K2 Breezy versus Elijah Pitt, both playing the 76ers. And who would have guessed it after that wonderful performance the 76ers had the other day?
Yeah, Philadelphia looking really strong right now in the NBA. And with the way 2K works, oftentimes you will see that what happens in the NBA will mirror itself in 2K. As you can see right now, we have got K2 Breezy, who is going to be playing the blue jersey Philadelphia 76ers, and Elijah will be in that home white 76ers team. So as we see right now, we are underway in the first quarter right now.
And it's looking
K2
like
Breezy.
some Ben Simmons free throws missed right there, but they're taking it back up the court. A three from Seth. No good right there. So what do you expect to see from this wonderful team? I know Joel Embiid has been on a roll, right?
Yeah, Joel Embiid is a really strong player. Obviously, he's he's in the front row for MVP right now. But in 2K, a lot of it is what you see is very similar to modern basketball, where you want to spread the ball out. Of course, if you can get it to your big man in the paint and let him get an
right
easy
there.
couple deuce for you, you'll get that done, no problem. As you see, Elijah Pitt getting that alley-oop. But you're going to see a lot of spreading the ball out here. Ben Simmons is a real trouble. It's hard to stay in front of him. So if you can get him into the paint, get him those angles for open shooters, that's what's going to happen. As we see a little back and forth here, it's a scramble for the ball. K2 Breezy gets it back up, and he's trying to post Joel Embiid up, but maybe the only thing that can stop the process is a little bit more process. No.
The process didn't process, as it turns out. A nice, easy bucket in the paint right there. And that's going to be the key for the game, I feel, with a dunk by Ben Simmons. Getting in the paint is crucial for the 76ers. Of course, you can always kick it out to Seth, but getting in the paint is definitely going to be crucial when you're playing with Ben Simmons and when you're playing with Joel Embiid with a three right there.
As you see right there, there's a lot. That was a K2 Breezy with that green release. That's always critical here when you got your shooters on the outside. Ratings matter, but if you can time your shots right and get those green releases, you're going to be making it rain all game long. As we see right now, Breezy driving again, trying to get something done here, but you got to be careful with Ben Simmons in the paint. He is very strong defensively, obviously has that height. Good. And that defense right there again gets the ball out here, and it is Elijah Pitt off to the races, trying to find that open look. Doesn't find it, pulls it back out.
Getting
I like
drive
that.
through a lane, yes, with the dunk, and a timeout is called. A little bit upset right there. You know, you got to get yourself in order when you get dunked on like that.
Absolutely. I like that. Call that timeout. Try to kill that momentum, because you do not want to be giving up easy buckets in the paint. You don't want to be allowing clean driving kicks. You don't want Tobias Harris or Seth Curry to get hot on this 76ers team. Obviously, both of these players know what can happen once that starts, because they have piloted these teams to this point here in our tournament.
Yeah, Tobias Harris really having a really good, almost all-star-like career. Didn't get the nod, unfortunately, but is doing such a great job with Joel Embiid right in the post. K2 Breezy with some fancy footwork, kicking it back out. Decided to do the pick and roll instead right here.
Yeah, trying to run Dwight Howard up against Joel Embiid. Didn't find the angle there, and unfortunately throws it away. As we see the substitution starting to come through, there's D. Howard on the reception there for the alley-oop. That has been wide open here for Elijah. That transition offense is looking phenomenal for him as he jumps out to this 12-5 lead.
Yes, and another pick and roll you see right here. Decides to kick it back out. And let's get this screen game going up. Nope. Tries to pass it. Can't get it in. And a transition. Let's see if they're able to score. Oh, a good dunk. Look at that. Transition has been definitely a key, like you said.
That's the name of the game. Defense leads to offense. You get the ball poked out, somebody turns it over. You let one of those young guns run, or in this case, it was Joel Embiid. It's hard to keep up with these phenomenal athletes, right? Just as it is in the NBA, so it is in 2K. They get that first step. They can turn that up. As you can see, the defense right now for Elijah Pitt's team is so smart the way he's letting his AI do the work, and he's navigating passing lanes. He's preventing anything from happening. And then on the other end, you see again, nobody is able to protect the paint right now for 76ers Blue. The Philly Blues right now kicking in as this 11-point lead heading into this the end of this first quarter is looking pretty strong right now.
It's really, and I think an important thing that you talked about was saying let the defense, the AI, do its work. As he tries to get a last-minute bucket, does not go in, because a lot of players like to overcorrect, try to do the work of the AI, and it turns out, well, you react too late, switch too late, and then you end up getting yourself in very compromising positions.
Exactly, and that's one of the things about competitive 2K when it comes to the team format. When it's not the 5v5, you've got to manage the AI. You just rely on 4 other human teammates with you. You've got to be a much more strategic with your defensive packages, with your substitutions, to make sure that you've got matchups that you can rely on, because you're not going to be able to control all 5 players on the court at the same time. And like you said, if you switch over too late, the green release happens. That's 3 points on the board, or you make a bad pass because you made the wrong read. You give up a transition situation on the other end. It's just not good.
And K2 Breezy subbing in a nice shooting lineup as is in the post, try to put on some moves, but fortunately for Elijah, gets some good defense. Ooh, down the lane, and a nice little slam right there to put him up 18-5. It's been a run for the longest time.
And then a charge there on the other end is K2 Breezy, a little too over aggressive, trying to set up. We've been seeing it from Elijah. His Ben Simmons play has been strong, right? He's gotten into the paint. He's set up easy passes, gotten dunks for Ben Simmons himself. Obviously, Ben Simmons not known for being the best shooter in the world, but he is a phenomenal ball handler, and he is a great slash and dish artist. As we see again, another drop off for the process. That's 2 and the foul. And it's what's going to happen when Joel Embiid steps to the free throw line, right? See that man? That man is actually one of the best free throw shooters in the NBA when it comes to volume. Have you looked this up?
What really he is, because that rarely happens with a big man that you see. A lot of players don't put that emphasis like Joel Embiid just did on that dunk. Emphasis on free throw shooting, and Joel Embiid doing some work, and Tobias Harris doing some work with that dunk right there. I see you with some nice, interesting little volume tidbits, Eli.
You know what I'm saying? Like I said, we talked about this last month, and we were talking about Madden. So we had to focus on the NFL. Yes. Now we come to the NBA. We're coming into my childhood, my growing up. I'm from Indiana, right? I'm from the place where it's not just basketball. Y'all other 49 states, y'all got love for the sport, and I appreciate that. But I'm a Hoosier. I'm from Indiana. So, I got a lot of love for the game of basketball, and I love to see it translated here over to the video game world, as we see.
What's that? College basketball means so much for your hometown, as Joel Embiid is trying to put some work. Oh, somebody called Shaq. Ring, ring, ring. Barbecue chicken alert. Look at that, down in the paint, getting some work down there. And we knew that was going to be key to the 76ers team. If you're not getting in the paint, you're usually going to kick it out. And so that's what K2 Breezy has been doing, just feasting in the paint. Ooh.
Oh my goodness, look at this right now. Do you see the takeover activated? They can't stop the big fella.
Ooh. When you're hot, and nobody can stop you. Joel Embiid getting 3 offensive rebounds in a row, and you can see him nodding because he knows, hey man, I'm killing the game.
And that's what matters. That's why those timeouts, those momentum breakers are so important, because once takeover is activated, you're really not playing on that same even playing field, right? These are both the same Joel Embiid, but look at the stick skills there from K Breezy. He gets himself open there and gets the dunk here. Maybe this will help him turn this around. He's had a couple of really good possessions, but he's going to need to find a lot of defense right there. There's a poking the ball loose right there as Elijah gets a little bit too Lackadaisical
Ooh.
gives up the steal and the bucket on the other side.
See, we're turning this
Momentum
thing
now.
around. How the turntables, transition was important in the beginning. Elijah was getting all those points in transition, but now it's looking like K2 with a nice interception here. There might
And look
be
at
some
this.
momentum coming.
Oh, that's a missed opportunity for Breezy
Ooh.
there. The defense read was not correct and ended up with that contested
No.
layup.
Oh,
But
but now
another
an
steal, and this is going to
opportunity.
be an open dunk.
Open layup instead. Decided to lay
My
it in
bad, Dan.
Danny
I'm sorry.
Green. No,
I
but it
I
looked like it
disrespected
could
the
have.
sharpshooter. I'm sorry.
No dunk passes, no dunk packages from Danny Green at the moment.
Nah, they
Um,
just gave him 3-point celebrations. They said, you'll see it when you see it.
right. But we see a nice little play right there, keeping the momentum up. Although there was a run, there is a chance to probably cut this lead down to a more manageable place. It's only the second quarter, so there's still time as he's dancing, prancing, trying to get Joel Embiid open in the lane,
Got him
pump
up.
fake, and
There
a
he
nice
is right there. That's
offensive
the strength of Joel Embiid.
rebound.
Look at how hard he is to deal with in the paint.
Yes. And
Right now,
back to
Breezy's
the
got to
paint
find a second
goes.
chance. Gets to move.
Ooh, oh my gosh,
Goodness,
these
they can't stop
offensive
him.
rebounds. All that work and little effort did not get the three-pointer. Now it is halftime. I believe it is a 12-point difference between the score. So there is a chance to come back, especially if you have such a good second quarter like K2 Breezy had.
Yeah, it did. They definitely put a little bit better game plan offensively. We didn't see as many turnovers. Just need a couple more offensive situations to go well. You see again, reads like this, but needs a little bit more quickness on the decision making there because he
Yes.
delayed the layup. Joel Embiid was able to get back and contest it, but you see the openings starting to present themselves for K2 Breezy. Just need a little bit more confidence here on these reads, and they will find that as we get see right there what happens when you go straight to the cup. No doubt,
That's-
no hesitation.
That's that confidence you were talking about. Elijah putting on the confidence as he inflates this lead to a 14-point game. Getting to the line is K2 Breezy with Ben Simmons. An interesting free throw shooter.
To say the least,
And,
but yeah, you can see right now with
Rimming out.
the sliders on the way they are in competitive play, you got to be on point with your free throw shooting. We see right there, if you can green it, you can achieve it. Something to be known right here. But tell you what, you don't like coming away without 2 points on the other end, but you gotta stop Ben Simmons on the other end. Elijah with another finish here. And you see right there, 6 for 6, the work being done on that end for Elijah Pitts, Ben Simmons, almost beating K2 Breezy's Sixers team by himself.
Elijah wants to put this game away as he gets another board from Joel Embiid and trying to put some work with Seth Curry with the ball wide open in the paint, does not pass it. Passing around and a dunk right there from Joel Embiid.
There's the delayed gratification right there.
Passing creates plays. That's that teamwork
and that's
right
the thing.
there.
The icon passing. Oh, look at the move there from K2 Breezy. A little up and under. That's
Did
what
the
I love
dunk
about 2K,
contest
right?
come early?
Right? That's what I'm saying. We got it on Wednesday. That's how it works here with these video games, baby. It's beautiful. But, we've seen some really smart decision-making out of Elijah Pitt with his passing and his decision-making as he breaks it down. And we see K2 Breezy starting to sort of put that back together on the other end as the back and forth continues here. You see this on-ball defense. Again, you see that patience on the side of Elijah Pitt. Doesn't want the jump shot. Wanted to get a 3 there. Unfortunately, couldn't green it here. And we open up the floor here. Great dribble move to get around the charge.
I swear the All-Star game came early because they're putting on some stick skills that are just unbelievable this game.
We're seeing it. We're seeing the skills challenge. We're seeing the dunk contest. Might get a little 3-point action. Boom!
The whole
There it is,
gambit right
all in
here.
one for you.
Forget the whole weekend. All you need is this one game to show you all the things that NBA players, 2K players can put on display right here. As K2 Breezy tries to get something going, it's a 15-point game. So, you know, there is some chance, but with 5-minute quarters, it does make it hard. But if you get dunks like that, it makes it a little easier.
I like that offensive sequence there from K2 Breezy. Didn't get overexcited just because the point deficit is, you know, in the double digits. You know, you just need stops, and somebody's got to be able to stay in front of Elijah's Ben Simmons. Another drive and finish. And Elijah Pitt right now with a 15-point lead here. Only a minute 15 left in this third quarter. Minute 16, I'm sorry. Now, if you are on K2 Breezy's side, you know you're going to need some outside shooting. You know you're going to need to get your shooters open. You're going to need, you know, Seth Curry and Tobias Harris to get themselves in. But in order to do that, you got to keep working the paint. You got to keep working your driving game. Get those angles open, because you can't just pull up to the elbow and try to get that fadeaway cheese the way that this would have been. If this had been right when 2K came out, maybe you could have made a comeback like that. But the patches have come and gone, and so we're going to need some good looks, some open shots. And once that happens, maybe, just maybe, this lead will shrink.
I was going to comment on this earlier in the production point before the patches came out. It was very easier than normal shots to get fadeaway threes, especially off the dribble, and really use that to abuse 2K to get some easy points and run up the score. You can't do that, and it's even harder when you can't stop people in the paint. K2 Breezy doing a good job there, but K2 Breezy actually should be focusing on his team stopping them in the paint, because he's been getting some massive dunks with Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid right there.
There's another alley-oop situation, and that's what we talked about, that drive and kick angle here. As K2 Breezy has actually elected to keep his Ben Simmons out on the floor here, so he's going to run that stamina down just a little bit, but he opens it up here as he gets Ben Simmons working against the bench players. But it's an unfortunate alley-oop attempt, and you see right there the issue with the AI, as Dwight Howard did not move over to catch that alley-oop, and it is a traveling violation. And so instead of that situation being a chance for K2 Breezy to make up the deficit, he might fall back even more, as we are going to get another slam here. Boy, Elijah Pitt, Ben Simmons cooking. We might just see a 30-piece in our very first game of the broadcast. How about that?
30-piece right here. And this is what happens, you know, you need to clog the lane. Once you find that deficiency, you start to abuse it, and it's up to you to make moves, counter moves to those plays. And it seems like no matter what they do, unfortunately, he got that stop right there. No matter what he does, K2 Breezy can't stop Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid down the lane. Got it in that possession, but earlier could not do it. And we'll see what happens in the fourth. With such a big lead, I'm not seeing this come back.
It's going to need to be a lot of good decision making on K2 Breezy's side. We're going to need to see a lot of quick passes. Going to need some turnovers on the defensive end, so it's got to be a complete effort on both sides of the ball in order for K2 Breezy to make this comeback happen. You see the defensive switch here, finally trying to plug up those holes, as you mentioned, make it a little bit harder for Pitt to get himself into situations. But he's got to be careful that he doesn't leave bigger holes and make everything worse, as we see the swarming defense here trying to stop Joel Embiid in the paint, but it's hard to do. My goodness, even a two-time Defensive Player of the Year can tell you how hard it is to stop Joel Embiid when his eyes are on the bucket.
And you have to stay disciplined as well. You saw him try to go for a steal, try to make movement happen, try to guess your moves. But you just have to stay disciplined in the lane. Ooh, that Euro step looking like it might fall, but unfortunately it doesn't. But what is going to fall is not that shot either.
Right here, but this is a good opportunity right now in the open transition, but it's unfortunately a lot of contested layups, and you see the release points are being off here, so that's going to negatively impact a lot of these shot attempts here for K2 Breezy as they're trying to make this comeback. You've got to find the angles, and you've got to time your release point well in order to get a chance to get these buckets to fall. And now with a 21-point lead, only 3 minutes left, if you're K2 Breezy, you need a bucket here. You probably need to stop the clock to get your starters back in and figure out how you're going to try to make such a huge comeback happen. As we do get a foul there. So this is this is a chance right now. You can get some substitutions in here on this first free throw. You're still going to have Dwight Howard in. You probably don't necessarily want him in, but if you're looking to try to stop Ben Simmons, maybe a double big man setup will help you. You just got to know that Tobias Harris and, Seth Curry, they got to hit a lot of shots in order to get this comeback to happen.
Eli, I appreciate your optimism, but with a 20-point game, I'm not sure if all this time with 2 minutes left, if that could mean enough. But I did like that move in the lane. Getting stops does help. The free throw game does help. And we see a jumper not go down for Joel Embiid, but we didn't see a lot of those this game because we saw a lot of wide open dunks in the lane, just like K2 Breezy is displaying for us just now. So
well, that's what I'm saying.
See.
You know, like I said, I'm from Indiana, right? I'm from the land of 8 points and 9 seconds. I've seen the impossible happen when you can get yourself set up here. K2 Breezy with another turnover or with another steal here, but this time, unfortunately, not able to get something quickly in transition. So you need a clean bucket on this end as they set up with Tobias Harris. Beautiful spin move, gets him into the paint. Can he get a foul? Ooh, doesn't get it to drop, but the clock stops. You get another couple of shots at it, and just like that, a 20-point deficit turns into 16. I'm telling you.
Now, Eli, is that the reason why you're so optimistic? Because of Reggie Miller?
Never give up, baby.
Because honestly, I'm a Knicks fan, so I just try to scrub that out of my memory. Maybe that's why I've just given up. Because honestly, I don't know what winning in clutch situations look like. Because we had John Starks blow that as well.
I feel you. I know the pain. Trust me, the more recent Pacers history, I've gotten to see what felt like back-to-back LeBron James playoff buzzer beaters.
Mm-hmm. Oh, man. Those games with Paul George and LeBron were something, though. They were something. They're amazing.
Oh, yeah. Fun to watch. Definitely fun to watch. But you see right now, look at that. Elijah Pitts sinking 2 free throws there back-to-back with Ben Simmons. And I think at this point, we may be seeing the very final chance here for K2 Breezy as he is down 18. And I think that kind of encapsulates, though, the difference between them overall. You saw the patient offense on Elijah Pitt's side of the ball. And when he did get fouled, even though it was with Ben Simmons, even though, Ben Simmons' free throw rating is not high, if you time your shots right, if you practice, you can hit those shots and make them fall down. And I think that consistency, that execution is ultimately what's leading to this big point differential between the two. And if the score holds, as most would assume that it would, it looks like Elijah Pitt will be advancing in our tournament today.
And I feel like also early momentum does a lot of justice as well. When you're getting those transition points on and over again, optimizing on mistakes and just playing smart and efficient basketball, that's how you can make sure that you sustain your league, and then you can have the opportunity to milk clock like you see right there, going to the top of the lane and then dunking it down anyway with Ben Simmons, who has put on quite the show. 20 points, 82% field goals. It's all been a layaway dunks all day. It's just like in the beginning of the games where all they do is just dunk on down. That's what we've seen here today.
Absolutely. So that good defense on the side there, and you see the very early release from K2 Breezy, not able to get that shot to fall. And on the other end, Pitt gonna try to get this open 3 here. It doesn't fall, but with only 50 seconds left, it's just a matter of time right now as we get closer to the end of this game. Now, Andrea, you asked me about my 2K skills, and I told you, I'm a fan of my career and stuff like that. But I gotta ask you, when you hop on a 2K and you let's say you're making a player, right? What position are you most interested in? What do you kind of gravitate towards yourself as a player of the game when you are looking to make a player for your team?
I am a fan of wings all day. There's nothing, I love to have a player where I can facilitate, I can get some points, but I can also get some rebounds as well. I'm looking to rack up those triple doubles like I'm Russ Wilson. Like I'm Russell Westbrook. I'm sorry, wrong sport. But I'm looking to rack up those triple doubles, to have a good time, and to try to do everything on the team. If I could be a much better shooting Draymond Green, it's a good day. It's a good day.
What you got against the backpack jumper, yo?
The backpack jumper. I will actually say my first time playing 2K, I ended up in a Draymond Green role with the Warriors, and that's why I really have an affinity for that team. But I do have an affinity for 2K Breezy for doing a good job. But ultimately, it was Elijah that came out with the win, with the W. And we saw a lot of good things from the patience, transition play, efficiency, and really knowing how to use their players.
Absolutely. That's what it's going to take here in order to take the championship home today. And along with it, that incredible prize money as well as that physical prize. It's not just the money. They're also playing for that iPad as well. So quite a bit on the line for our players over the course of this tournament, and even more on the line. Well, actually, just a different type of, status on the line for our talent who are also going to be playing or going to be performing and playing. There's going to be a lot of talent happening, a lot of different acts going on here. And I can't wait to see it. I'm really happy to be here for this tournament and what we've got in store for you today.
Now, do you have a special talent, Eli? Are you gonna get up in the competition, sing some you got some vocal chops going on? I'm looking by the face and judging by that, no.
Yeah, I don't know about that. They might, the way copyright is, you know what I'm saying? The way things work is, I would have done mine, but we couldn't get the lawyers to clear the samples, so it's still in the studio. What I'm saying, it's one of them unreleased tracks. But I might have something, in a few years.
In a few years. Okay, well, we'll keep on waiting on those years. And while we're waiting, we're going to kick it back to Elena and Just Mikey for the talent portion of our show.
All right.
What's up, y'all? That was amazing. All I have to say is, now that's a talent. Now that's a talent right
Great
there.
game, guys.
But you already know, somebody had to win, somebody had to lose. But I love it. I love the competition. The competition was there. But most definitely, I'm passing to Lynn. We're going to get to our first contestant.
Yes, guys. I have been waiting for this part of the show.
We all have.
Been waiting. We got some singers, we got some dancers, we got some DJs, we got a whole bunch of everything.
Whole bunch.
Our first contestant today is going to be Xavier Lucy from Fayetteville State University. So let's see what you got.
Let's see what you got. Also, remember, make sure you guys vote with the exclamation point and vote if you want to vote for that person.
In the chat.
Pass that to you.
I try to build you up, but you won't let me down. I try to change the mood, but you made me to a clown. I try to help you understand there's more to it than just cutting, but instead I got played, took advantage of my fate. Oh, I can't believe this would happen to me. I thought I fell in love with a hottie, but instead I fell in love with a thottie. Oh, I can't believe this would happen to me. I thought I got a feeling for a hottie, but instead I fell in love with a thottie. Yeah.
We're back.
Okay.
Okay. He got the vocals. You got the vocals.
I don't have that. I don't have that. But I mean, some people do say I sound like Chris Brown. Some people do say I sound like Chris Brown. You already know. We're gonna get into our next contestant. We have Courtney from Howard.
HU.
You know.
All right, let's get
There we
into
go.
it.
Let's get it.
I keep on falling in love with you. Sometimes I love you, sometimes you make me blue. Sometimes I feel good, at times I feel used.
Yeah.
Courtney.
Courtney got it.
Courtney, now you did this something I ain't never seen before. Cause that takes a whole lot of technique.
It takes a whole lot of
'Cause
technique,
I mean-
practice. You kept the toes pointed. You threw it up in the air, still caught it. You did 2 splits.
2 splits.
Sis, you got it.
And then you gonna walk up on us. And then you gonna walk up on us all slow.
You got it, sis.
I see.
You
I see.
repping Howard for
Oh
real.
yeah, right here. But you already know we gotta pass it back to the shoutcasters. We'll be right back with the next talent, but right back to you.
All right, guys, welcome back. And wow, look at those displays of talent right there. Did you see the splits?
I saw that. See, that's what I was talking about. That, you know what I'm saying? That singing we heard, that beautiful voice, that's what I could be doing, but I didn't have my own original song. I didn't write mine. I had mine.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They was working on with my recording, and they said
I'm pretty sure
the mix file got
last-
corrupted, so that's why I couldn't sing like him. That's the only reason though.
But the last person was playing Alicia. Are you sure that was Alicia? And
No, I'm saying,
Oh, no, it's
what I'm
fine.
saying is, you get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. We can move on. Let's move on. Move on. It's no problem.
We'll move on. Props to the talent. I love that. Fell in love with a Thotty. I love all that. You guys are amazing. I love it. I love the splits. We are going to move on to the next portion, the next game. And oh my gosh, I'm so excited, especially after we just saw the 76ers. I'm excited to see what other teams and what other players we're going to see for this. You have some predictions, some teams that you might think that you might see coming up in the future, teams that you think are really good 2K meta?
Well, I would anticipate we're probably going to see some more Philadelphia, to be honest with you. When you see a strong team like that, you're probably going to see the majority of teams represented like that in a competitive format. But I wouldn't be surprised if we saw, maybe something like the Portland Trail Blazers, right? You got the cover athlete, Damian Lillard. He's a dynamic player as well. CJ McCollum and Carmelo Anthony. Although sideline right now, in 2K, things a little bit different. You always got to operate with the injuries. So we could see some Portland. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw even some Golden State, because that young man, Steph Curry, you know what I'm saying? The chef making my last name famous out here getting people thinking I can shoot. When I show up, you know what happens when I show up in a 2K lobby with my name like it is, Eli the Curry, and people think that I copied him because I can shoot?
Right, exactly, right? No?
They don't know. I was already Eli Curry when he was at Davidson.
You've been an OG Steph fan. You were a fan before everybody else.
I'm just saying, I've always been Eli Curry. I didn't know that it meant we had to all be green, and every time we came up, we could be at the half court line and everybody expected green. You know what I'm saying? Steph put a lot of pressure on me, to get the job done. Sometimes some Currys like to shoot for the 2, but now Steph has got all that range and is represented. But
you're more of a post-to-paint player, post-to-play, you know what I mean? Get those easy
you gotta show love. Not everybody can be Steph Curry. Sometimes, the point guard is more like TJ McConnell.
But at least shout out to TJ, but at least and you're not like those people in pickup games that are like, oh, I got it 3 on the way, and it's just a brick every time. You know what it's like, and you don't have to be Steph Curry in order to have a good showing display of talent. So we're gonna go on.
If you never played with somebody who's like that person who's always shooting but ain't never open, then you're probably the person always shooting who ain't ever open, and you should consider using the X button, okay, for something other than backing out of matches when you're down by 20. Okay, can we talk about that?
Right.
We can talk about that a little bit later.
Now.
But
right, exactly. We should be headed to our next match shortly. But until then, last time that we had, this wonderful tournament, I had the prop in the Cheesehead. But unfortunately, I don't have anything like that in my, arsenal for the Hawks. That's so infamous as for a club, for a team, you know what I mean? So I used to work for the Hawks. I have this nice little bandana and scarf. That's nice, and I can wear that as well. But what's an iconic image that you think of for the Heatles when LeBron James was playing? You think of LeBron.
The hat LeBron wore when they did that Harlem Shake video.
Yeah, you did think of the Harlem Shake video. There's a lot of things they can think of. That was actually funny. I wish I had a hat like that. You also think about the dunk where Wade, it looks like he has like two fingers instead of four, and that's crazy as well. I don't have any of that, but what I do have is I have a mask. All right, okay, it's a
Yes.
Batman mask. We're gonna suspend some disbelief. Okay, pretend this is LeBron mask, but you know it has like the scrunchy eyes, like when LeBron was focused and whooped butt later on in that tournament. Okay, so this is a prop that I'm going to display. Maybe I'll do this for LeBron. Maybe I'll do it for Kyrie as well. He's also with the mask. But we'll transition to the game as we see K2 Breezy and Elijah again.
Yeah, the second game of the series here. We see right now Elijah Pitt staying with that Philadelphia squad. Obviously, it went well for him in game number 1, so he's not looking to go away from what worked. Had a 20-point win there. For K2 Breezy, this time going to switch it up here and go with the Milwaukee Bucks. And you know who they're led by? The Greek freak, Giannis Antetokounmpo. I've been waiting for so long. I've been practicing getting ready to say that name for a long time.
Not Giannis Antetokounmpo. Just say it. Say it smooth. All right. So we're gonna see an interesting. What are you expecting to see from a strategy change right here? I know that the Bucks are a little bit of a bigger, larger team. Maybe that'll help him in the paint. K2 Breezy.
Well, you got a better shooting point guard here when you're playing with the Bucks, right? You got Drew Holiday, who's a more solid outside shooter than a Ben Simmons, though he does give up size. You've got Pat Connaughton, who's got a lot of athleticism. You got Chris Middleton, who himself has been an all-star in years past. But then, of course, your main threat, your biggest agent of chaos is Giannis himself, as we see again, K2 Breezy getting into the paint there, but not getting any shot release timings off. But this time, I think what'll really help for K2 Breezy is, like you mentioned, the overall size difference here. You've got Giannis and you've got Lopez there on the ends or on the inside to help mitigate that Joel Embiid pressure. And with Giannis's athleticism, he can paper over a lot of these situations here. But as you saw, unfortunately, AI Giannis not getting into the paint to help crash the boards, and that leads to the putback slam now as Elijah Pitt goes up 4-0.
Yes, yes, yes. The paint will be the name of the game with these two teams. Of course, we know they both have shooters in Chris Middleton, Seth Curry, who are really good at making threes when it's needed, when they can get the shot. But I'm thinking they're probably going to lean on their star players for this moment. Right now, Elijah trying to get a pick and roll going, trying to get into the paint. Ben Simmons does not get the shot, and a foul is called.
Yeah, and you see there the immediate difference. The animations we saw when it was Sixers versus Sixers, K2 Breezy had nothing for Elijah Pitt's Ben Simmons. He was getting into the paint, and it was getting dunk animations over and over again. But this time, that athleticism, that ability for Giannis on the defensive end, he's not going to get posterized that easily. He's going to be in position more often, and he's going to make contested layup situations happen much more often. And so that's going to help defensively for K2 Breezy. And we saw at the end of the last game, K2 Breezy was settling down. He was getting himself in some better positions. And unfortunately, as I'm saying that, he throws an errant pass this way. We get a turnover here, and this could lead to a good situation for Elijah Pitt, but he's going to bring it back out, set up an offensive set, get the pick and roll going here, try to get Dwight Howard open there. But look at the defense on that side for K2 Breezy. He saw it in game 1. He knows the strategy, and he shuts it down.
But shut himself down with a pass on the baseline, stepped on the baseline, unfortunately, there. And that size really coming in handy, evaluating what needed to be done and what needed to be changed. It's all about moves, counter moves, in order to make sure that, you're not getting scored on every single time. You're not getting that posterization animation. Instead, you're getting a steal right there. Transition. Let's see if anything comes about it. There's a foul here, so free throws for Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Yes, there is. And Elijah Pitt has had a very aggressive defensive style, going for a lot of steals, really trying to get in and poke the ball out, catch K2 Breezy over dribbling. But the handles for Giannis is strong enough there that when you try to overuse that steal animation on him, you're more than likely to get a foul. And you see the defense there by Drew Holiday causing that contested layup. And now this is an open situation here. There's a three. Can we get the timing right? Slightly late, and it doesn't fall.
DiVincenzo misses the bucket, but that's okay because there's a bucket right here from Joel Embiid to end the quarter. Not quite. We have one final possession. DiVincenzo gets the ball back. Let's see what he does right here. Last minute shot. Bledsoe. Oh, no good. So only a 4-2 game, much different than the other game that we saw. Defense playing a huge role in this one.
Yeah, and that's honestly, I think for K2 Breezy, you're very happy at this point. You've kept it close here. At the end of the first quarter in game number 1, the lead had already gotten to an unmanageable size. Here, you're only down by 2, and you see again Drew Holiday playing incredible defense, and it opens up the other end as K2 Breezy. Oh, stop there! That was an open look, but didn't go for it. Instead, tries to get the 3. It doesn't fall. But the offensive rebound here, Chris Middleton putting in that work.
Yes.
You see how valuable the AI players have been for K2 Breezy in this game. And maybe he knew that was going to happen here. That may have been why the switch was happening. But you got to get shot off as a shot clock fades to 0. And that's an air ball. Somebody close that door.
Somebody close the whole stadium down because they could not find a bucket. Both rims tend to be sealed right here as, there could have been a drive opportunity, decided not to force it, backing down into the post. And the first bucket in a while for that one. A nice little bucket for Elijah right there. Now it's a 4-point game with only 6-2 on the shot on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I like that decision there from Elijah to use that size advantage here. Now we're going to get the open 3 attempt here for Brook Lopez. Unfortunately, not able to get it to fall, and that's very unfortunate. That's a shot he can hit, but unfortunately the timing has been right. And on the other end, Elijah Pitt with another open jumper. So we saw there, took it to the paint on that first possession, used the size advantage for Ben Simmons, and this time just going to green and open jumper. Those are smart shots. You know, when you're wide open, that 2-point shot is valuable. You can get a lot out of it when you're not taking contested jumpers. As we see right now, Elijah Pitt looking to open this lead up. It was 4. Now it's sitting at 6. Maybe get it to 8 here, but an errant pass nearly stolen. Instead gets it out here, trying to set it up. We've got Joel Embiid on Chris Middleton. This is a massive disadvantage, but it's going to be Giannis sealing up the paint. Good defense there.
Defense has been stellar from both sides and both teams doing a good job. I mean, really, they've had no room. Everything has been covered and covered and covered. And the only shots that haven't been covered have been, unfortunately, no good, especially from the perimeter. The Seth Curry shot was one of the first 3s that we've seen this whole tournament so far. So it's been really an issue trying to get points outside of the paint and trying to get points today, period. All right,
it's a smart, situation here defensively. You want to guard the 3-point line first and foremostly, and also try to keep people in front of you. You see right here the decision making there. I love K2 Breezy's defense there, shaded towards the paint just long enough until the pass to the corner came to prevent that corner 3. That's what you've been talking about, Bordy McBoard, is that you're not going to give up open 3s. You're going to try to force people to take those shots right there over the middle, try to make people green these contested layups. And if they don't get it, maybe you get yourself out in transition and get an open shot for yourself. As right now, get a chance pass into the paint there. Drew Holiday finally gets the cover off the rim for Milwaukee. That's their first bucket of the game. And they're only down by 4.
It's been quite the battle as an alley-oop is botched right there. Luckily recovered on the other side of the court. I mean, they've been trying to make these alley-oops work, but I feel like both sides realize you can't make that work, but what you can make work is an easy wide open layup right there. You make opportunities off your opponent's mistakes, and that's one of the first plays that we've seen today where it was basically an easy shot. It's been hard coming for this game in particular.
Absolutely. As we see right here, but this time it's going to be an open jumper there. Good shooting there again from Elijah Pitt, able to get that jumper to fall down. That's a very important bucket here as they try to protect this point lead. And then
Ooh.
look at that deflection. It goes all the way back, and that's back-to-back buckets here, just like that for Elijah Pitt, as he's able to get himself back into it again, and the ball getting poked out here. K2 Breeze has got to be more careful with some of these passes and
Ooh.
dribbling decisions, but that is an easy layup for Giannis, and that's going to get it down to 4 points here, as it looks like Elijah Pitt has a chance maybe to take the last shot of the half. No, they go for an alley-oop. They throw it away, but it ends up
Denied.
in the hands of Dwight Howard anyway.
Denied.
Look at
And
the
it
defense
seems
there
like
from
when
Lopez. Oh, look at these right there. There's Giannis.
And
Doesn't
a
get the
foul
and one.
right here. And you know, it seems like they finally took the lid off the bucket. Some good play in that last possession, good defense, but it's looking like the teams have finally found a little bit of rhythm, a little bit of ways to get some points on the board. Let's see if they can get some last minute points. Unfortunately, no good. Halftime, and the game is a 3-point game. So it's been very close, low scoring, but still anyone's game.
Yeah, I like this though. I really have liked the strategy for K2 Breezy to switch to the Bucks here, and I like the way that the team has been playing. So it's looking like a good decision here. But now with the half of experience under his belt, Elijah Pitt, you can tell now with the ball back in his hands, wants to get his offensive sequences back together, as we see there, dribbling and moving. Ben Simmons, so much taller, so much bigger than Drew Holiday when it becomes those height versus height matchups. And unless K2 Breezy is able to get Lopez or Giannis, even Chris Middleton, somebody over there to help Drew Holiday down in the paint, at that point it'll be too late. But look at Giannis right there. Digital Giannis looking like big Giannis with the
Nobody
drop
needs
step
to
into
help
the
you.
dunk.
Nobody needs to help you when you can just cook up some barbecue chicken, push them down in the paint, and there you go. That's how you get some shots on the board, and that's how you get some shots right there. Ben Simmons being a favorite of Elijah, that's how he won last game, getting 20 points with him. And, you know, when you don't get those stops by Drew Bledsoe, you can really allow yourself to get some points on the board with Ben Simmons. And we'll see if they get some points right here. Not the and one, but we will go to the line with Joel Embiid. Like you said, a very efficient shooter.
Yeah, surprisingly efficient for a center. You see Embiid right now. In the NBA, Joel Embiid might be working on an MVP campaign here. Just working to put together game number 2 here and try to secure this victory for Elijah Pitt, who I would like to see from him, if I would offer a strategic transition, is to try to maybe swap Drew Holiday defensive assignment to either Seth Curry or Danny Green, maybe even Tobias Harris, right? And try to get one of those bigger wings on Ben Simmons. They're not going to be as fast as Drew Holiday, which will present some problems. But the patience that Elijah Pitt utilizes, maybe speed is not as much of a factor, as we see, again, those fast break points being given up. That's been a constant problem for K2 Breezy, as he's trying to keep this close and cause that timeout. That'll give him time. Again, maybe he can make that transition, get that defensive assignment switch, because Drew Holiday, DJ Augustine, look, they're great players, but you got to have a lot of size and a lot of speed to keep up with Ben Simmons. I just think that maybe a wing would be a little bit more effective at doing that and help create the opportunity for K2 Breezy to get this point deficit back under control.
Yeah, got away with it earlier, was getting some good opportunities with Drew Bledsoe, but you know, once it starts not to work, again, counter and counter, just like a chess match, even more so than I believe in the NFL, because instead of a play-by-play basis, you're constantly doing it on the fly and you constantly have to adjust on the fly. So we'll see what happens as K2 Breezy brings it up the floor right now, trying to get something moving right here. Trying to go down the lane, drive into the paint.
So you see right now, this is the second unit right now for K2 Breezy, not able to get anybody open and not able to stay in front of anybody on transition. So it's another layup here for Elijah Pitt. Now he's got it doubled up, an 11-point lead. As we get to under 2 minutes in this third quarter, K2 Breezy is going to need buckets, and he's going to need them consistently. He's got to get something out of these bench players in order to keep this lead under control. When Giannis comes back now with only 8 seconds left, DJ Augustine, look at the size difference right there. You see?
I would suggest subbing in some of, at least one person that can really score, maybe Middleton, to get something going because you have not gotten anything going offensively right here as you get another bucket. And these transition buckets have been making Elijah work and have been the demise for K2 Breezy. You just got to get out in front of him, not make mistakes, and make sure that you send your players back in your adjustments.
Okay, there we
finally
see.
get a shot right there. Okay. So we're getting
See,
some
that's what we're talking
scoring
about.
going.
That
10-point
perimeter
game.
shooting, and that's a good play call as well. Let that little off-screen work. Got that open shot at the top of the key, and you were able to get it to go down, even without the green release. If you're wide open, feet are set, the game will be patient. But if you can green it, you can achieve it as Elijah Pitt matches it back, and that is a really tough three-pointer to see right there. If you're K2 Breezy, you finally were able to get something from the perimeter, from the outside, as we see that play come back again. This time it'll be inside the arc, and it's more contested. Off-balance jumper, it falls wide. That opens up the fast break opportunity, and it's a drop off for Seth again. No.
Ooh,
doesn't go.
You know that man is a walking green machine, so that was scary right there. We'll see the response right there. A dunk down the lane with Bobby Portis Jr., a former Knick. And we are making this a 9-point game. All right, so this is very manageable. I feel he's in a better position than the last game, but if you're giving dunks to Ben Simmons, I mean, you might as well wrap this thing on up.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for K2 Breezy if he can't stop that. And honestly, one of the options may be something we saw Elijah Pitt doing here as we get this last second shot attempt, unlikely to fall, and it does not. But what thing K2 Breezy might also want to attempt is you could try to play a more aggressive defense against Ben Simmons, try to foul him more, send him to the line. We talked about it. He is not a great free throw shooter, so the pressure will be on Elijah if that happens to make it work. We saw in game number 1, he did not have as much of an issue making those free throws, but maybe with consistent pressure, you stop the clock and maybe slow down Elijah Pitt's offense. And that's going to need to happen for K2 Breezy as he tries to make up this 13-point deficit, which was not as big as it was in game number 1, but the potential for another 20 piece is definitely sitting there right now. If he can't make it work here on offense, well, like that movement.
Ooh, if only he could have switched it, maybe gotten on the other foot and make a layup, but instead it's going the other way and not getting into the lane. Good defense right there, good recovery, because it looked like Elijah could have gotten some easy points. Instead, tries to go for the alley-oop when he should have gone for the layup, and now a fast break opportunity, passing it down into the lane, pass it back to Giannis, decides not to shoot it, and hop step and gets the bucket in the paint. Still a 9-point game with 3 minutes left on the board.
Yeah, I like that decision making from K2 Breezy. It took a little bit of time, but he got himself to an open layup and was able to get the bucket. You're working against the second unit here. Giannis getting danced up there, but unfortunately, I don't know if that was a floater or if that was another alley-oop attempt. Either way, Elijah Pitt walks away without points here. Oh, but K2 Breezy throws it away. There's some good defense from Dwight Howard, a former Defensive Player of the Year himself. Shout outs to Dwight. You know, I'm out in SoCal right now, so even though I personally wasn't affiliated, I definitely was around some celebratory activities as Dwight Howard helped bring Los Angeles another championship. I was definitely there to witness the bubble renaissance.
Yes, and Dwight played such a good job. You know, I'm so happy for him too. His long, wonderful career has a great resume as well. You know, his height of highs were so great, leading the Magic to the finals with Rashard Lewis and such a good team. He was amazing himself defensively, rebounds, always doing well. Did not get that shot, but will go to the free throw line. And, you know, I'm so proud of him after his long, illustrious career, getting that title to cement the fact that he needs to be put into the Hall of Fame.
I support that 100%. Put Dwight Howard in the Hall of Fame. As we get this long pass here, good defense there. But, look at that. Oh, no, it goes to the 76ers ball there. So Elijah Pitt doesn't really show it, but there was a, maybe a little bit of hitch in the breath there as that could have gone the other way. Still, with a 10-point lead. Yeah, it's definitely good hustle. 10-point lead here with under 2 minutes remaining, and then an open dunk for Joel Embiid, who has been a little quiet thus far. Only 6 points here, but it's been hard to come by any points as we're going to get an open dunk there for Giannis. Back on there then for K2 Breezy. The pace picking up now.
It's dunking the sponsor. Because I just see dunks to dunk right there. Some donuts, getting some good job going to the paint. It seems like Elijah, likes to use Ben Simmons more than Joel Embiid, but will use Embiid if he has to, trying to dance it.
What a great defensive decision there. K2 Breezy now is going to get this open jumper here for Chris Middleton, but he bricks it. That's unfortunate. He pulled up a little short and went for a jumper instead of a layup attempt. And he's going to hate that on the other end as we get another fast break opportunity. It's a 2-on-1 here, and it leaves with a contested layup for Giannis. It doesn't go. And now under a minute left, that's 2 potential buckets here dropped here for K2 Breezy. Not a backbreaker. Seth Curry, and 3. Is it there?
With the dagger.
It's a 2. It's a 2. But it might not matter. Like you said, it might be the dagger here as the dunk comes on the other end. Only 10-point lead with only 43 seconds left. And there's Joel Embiid. The pass is a little off target, but Elijah Pitt going to back it out. Knows he doesn't need to score anymore. He just needs the time to elapse.
And man, this was such a contentious game, but Elijah just kept on doing what he's doing. Just got a turnover right there, but couldn't buy a bucket when he really needed to from K2 Breezy. And really that stall in the second half just really created his demise as Seth doesn't quite get that jumper, but that's okay. It gives K2 Breezy an opportunity to make this score a little bit better, but a turnover right there, and the game is done, set, and match. Elijah winning another game as K2 Breezy loses, I believe, let's see what the final score is, a 10-point game. So pretty close, very nice, did a very good job, was very smart in switching to the Milwaukee Bucks, but, when you're so good with stick skills with Ben Simmons, and you just know how to score, it does wonders for you.
Yes, it does. And you saw the efficient play there from Elijah Pitt. Got himself another victory there. Wins game number 2. Looking very clean here. The 76ers still looking like a team to beat as they currently are in the NBA standings. They are standing atop the Eastern Conference standings. But though we could talk about the number 1 team, we mentioned this a little bit earlier, and I want to take this opportunity now to throw some light towards a franchise that has been in the dark for a very, 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 very long time.
We talked about the Knicks and the Pacers already. Oh, okay, we did. Oh, hey, I thought we talked about them already. I was like, it could be the Pacers or the Knicks. It's the Knicks. Oh, thank you so much. It's weird being here, isn't it? It's so weird being here because after year and year and year and year and year and year and year, and I can say enough years to last like 20 minutes, so I'm not going to do that. We finally have built a team off, not the biggest of all biggest flashy players. Nobody thought that Julius Randle would be such the dominant player that he has been this year, but with homegrown talent, with Coach Thibodeau not killing our rookies, but actually taking them to the next level. And with our affectionate Beyblade called Julius Randle, who stopped spinning and turning over and started spinning and winning. I'm so excited to see what this team is doing defensively,
Yeah, and I'm happy to see the development of those young players, as you mentioned. It's great to see Coach Thibodeau getting them invested. They're playing really hard right now, and a couple of really strong guard players. You got to respect the guard play coming out of New York.
Emmanuel
that
Quickley,
young man,
bro.
That young man with that high IQ. Got to talk about him. Got to mention his name. Absolutely. So shout outs to those Knicks. Shout outs to go ahead.
It's funny because fans of if you looked in the draft day, CBS Sports actually gave the grade of Emmanuel Quickley as a D+. Well, who's laughing now, CBS Sports? Because he's starting out to be in contention for Rookie of the Year along with LaMelo Ball and Anthony Edwards. So that's crazy to see that, someone who was drafted so low doing that.
Yeah, but that's the beauty of it. You get an opportunity to prove yourself. I'm sure if we could get, George Lynch back on to talk about what it's like to get yourself into the NBA and how hungry everybody is to prove themselves. One, I know he'd be happy to see the Philadelphia 76ers thriving as they are in this game. For those of you who don't know, if you don't know your history, George Lynch was on that famous NBA Finals team in 2001, those 76ers led by Allen Iverson. I personally remember that Sixers team because they competed with the Pacers, and you know how hard it is to root against Allen Iverson? You know how painful it is to have to watch Allen Iverson do cool stuff on a basketball court and not be rooting for him?
So torn, so conflicted. He was a man of the era. Everybody loved Allen Iverson. I didn't even watch basketball at that time. I was like 5. I don't even know what age I was, but I even knew that boy in that crossover, man. It was just crazy. It was crazy. You know what is crazy? Our crossover with our talent that we're having with our singing competition transition. So we're going to get to them, and we'll take it back to you, Elena, and just Mikey.
Okay. I
Good
see y'all.
game.
Now, that was a good game.
That was
a good game.
pretty close. Y'all doing good for real.
Y'all hooping for real. Y'all are out here hooping for real. But you guys already know what time it is. It's time to get back to the talent portion of this competition. Let's get it going. Right now we have DJ MD3.
Yeah.
All the way from North Carolina A&T. Show me what you got.
Let's go.
I don't get talent with I hate. I love money and she love me back. Money in my stomach got me looking like I'm fat. Throwing my ass cat, watching triple blanks. I got a whole lot of this, got a whole lot of that. Got me feeling like I'm capped. These ass niggas whack. I get money good, got them girls fucking with me. Pink little chain screaming out, where's Nikki? Photograph my CD, catch me on TV. Clap, okay, let's go next. Clap for my money. Clap, 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 you count money. Clap, 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 throw some money. Slap her in the booty. With some money. That nigga turn like crack in the 80s. Baby, these bitch ass niggas ain't crank.
Now that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Remember,
Came
you
with the
guys.
creativity,
Remember,
for
you
real.
guys. If you guys want to vote, you have to do the exclamation point and vote
In the chat.
in the chat box to vote. So make sure you guys are voting. Make sure you guys are being active. But good job, my boy. I'm gonna pass it. Let's get it.
All right, so our fourth contestant is going to be Andrea Johnson. So let's get into it.
Let's see it. Let's see some. Show us some.
Heads getting cold, losing feelings, got no. Was I made from a broken mold? Her I can't shake. We've made every mistake. Only you know the way that I break. If teardrops could be bottled, there'd be swimming pools filled by models. Told that tight dress is what makes you a whore. If I love you was a promise, what you
Okay.
Yes.
Once again with the vocals,
Now,
you got
I wish I had that. I just wish I had that.
Maybe I should. I think I got a little vocal.
Show me a little something. Show me a little something.
Baby.
Yeah. Yeah, she. Yeah.
No.
I only know when
I'm not Alicia.
But yeah, go ahead.
But you guys are doing great. We're about to go into intermission, so make sure you guys vote before you leave. Exclamation point, vote in the chat, all right? All right.
Let's get it.
I can see it in the distance. Me and all my guys are on a mission. Hear the snakes hissing, cause my water glisten. Now it's people need a tissue. Yeah, not my first B&E. Yeah, dark skin royalty. Yeah, dollar signs are all I see. Yeah, mama say she proud of me. Look. Put all my faith in the game. 300 for Ray for a chain. I want that water on wrist.
I wanna swerve in the lane. Niggas is fully for fame. Think he a lie and I tame and power to youth. Give you a clue. We got the sauce and the juice. What you would do if they was counting on you? I made a promise, they ain't no star, but I do for mama and brother Thomas. Kicking the door, no time to unlock it. Head to the stage, I got a rocket. They act that hard, I gotta knock it. Went like a prophet, call me Muhammad. One in the chamber, aim at your noggin. Blew me a kiss, still in my pocket. I can see it in the distance. Me and all my guys are on a mission. Hear the snakes hissing, cause my water glisten. Now it's people need a tissue. Yeah, not my first B&E. Yeah, dark skin royalty. Yeah, dollar signs are all I see. Yeah, mama say she proud of me. Look, I ain't attached and that bitch is ratchet. I'm on the go, got a new gadget. Put in the work while niggas is napping. Said it won't last, we made it happen. Said with the crew, I ain't the captain. Burn all the ships, no going back and ball for the chip. We set the tone, we want the smoke. Yeah, we want the action. Put you in casket, hit with the bat from the hatchet. Heart is on froze, cold in Nebraska. She see I'm special, I don't be asking. Run with the real, crews keep masking. Price in my head, there ain't no capping. Heard you be plotting, we just be laughing. Come with the loud pay, not too expensive. Yeah, we just be taxing. I can see it in the distance. Me and all my guys are on a mission. Hear the snakes hissing, cause my water glisten. Now it's people need a tissue. Yeah, not my first B&E. Yeah, dark skin royalty. Yeah, dollar signs are all I see. Yeah, mama say she proud of me. Look, in the distance. Yeah, young boy in the distance.
Rubber band, man, I feel like two. See me automatics, I feel like two. You niggas looking tragic, I see it from the view. Made of that shape, I feel the earthquake. Got these bitches booted up, heard they go both ways. Geeking don't know where I'm at down. I got fans that answer down. Feel like Sunny, yes, I'm rolling grounds. I got influence like I'm Uncle Sam. Goddamn, I get way too wavy. I got cash money like I'm baby. Walk up in the bank, tell her say hey to me. God bless them white folk that pay me. Niggas know how I move up on the north side. 6, 7, 8, 4, 4, that's 4 life. I'm reppin' that shit, got that shit, yeah, yo. I pull up with them sticks, yeah, yo. Rubber band, man, I feel like so. Geeking don't know where I'm at down. I got fans and now stood down. I feel like Sunny, yes, I'm rolling grounds. I got influence, Uncle Sam. Goddamn, I get way too wavy. I got cash money like I'm baby. Walk up in the bank, tell her say hey to me. God bless them white folk that pay me. Niggas know how I move up on the north side. Niggas know how I move up on the east side. Niggas know how I move up on the east side. Niggas know how I move up on the west side. Niggas know how I move up on the south side, yeah, yo. Niggas know how I move up on the north side, yeah, yo. Niggas know how I move up on the west side. Nigga, yeah. 6, 7, 8, 4, 4, that's 4 life.
I try to build you up, but you won't let me down. I try to change the mood, but you made me to a clown. I try to help you understand there's more to it than just cutting, but instead I got played. took advantage of my fate. Oh, I can't believe this would happen to me. I thought I fell in love with a hottie, but instead I fell in love with a thottie. Oh, I can't believe this would happen to me. I thought I caught a feeling for a hottie, but instead I fell in love with a thottie.
I keep on falling in love with you. Sometimes I love you, sometimes you make me blue. Sometimes I feel good, at times I feel used. Loving you, darling, makes me so confused. I keep on falling in and out of love with you. I never loved someone the way that I'm loving you. I never felt this way. How do you give me so much pleasure? Cause me so much pain. Just when I think I've taken more than would a fool, I start falling back in love with you. I keep on falling in and out of love with you. I never loved someone the way that I love you. I don't get tired of the way that I hate. I love money and she love me back. Money in my stomach got me looking like I'm fat. Oh, in my ass cat, watching stripper booty fat. I got a whole lot of this, got a whole lot of that. Got me feeling like I'm capped. These rap niggas whack. Might get money good, got them girls fucking with me. Big number chain screaming out, where's Nikki? Photograph my CD, catch me on TV. Clap, okay, let's go next. Clap for my money. Clap, clap, clap if you count money. Clap, clap, clap for some money. Slap her in the booty. With some money. I make it turn like crack in the 80s. Baby, these bitch ass niggas ain't crank.
What's up, y'all? We are back. I
Welcome
know
back.
you guys missed our faces, but we're gonna talk to you guys for a little bit about a whole bunch of stuff that's going on in the HBCU world. If you guys do not know where we go to the illustrious North Carolina A&T State University. I am a kinesiology student, and Lane is a.
I'm a mass communications major.
And you already know how that goes. But other than that, A&T is thriving. We just was able to go back to the basketball game, so that was amazing with the #1 HBCU host, CDK on the mic. So other than that, it's just amazing how everything at an HBCU is so much different because I'm from Columbus, Ohio. I've been to the Ohio State University, so I know how it goes. Know how it goes with PWIs. No shade, no nothing. But I'm just saying HBCUs is where it's at, and I know your HBCUs are amazing.
Yeah, I love my HBCU. I've always wanted to come to A&T since my sophomore year. Even with coronavirus, I was like, oh my gosh, what if you don't go to school? Gotta stay with the parents. But it's a blessing to still be able to come to school, get an education, and still, have opportunities like this, like hosting the HBCU Heroes Talent Show, plus the 2K game. It's just great, doing stuff like this. And it's kind of like a family, very much family oriented.
Yeah, it's very like a family because at the end of the day, like, Well, we're in North Carolina, so we have a whole bunch of HBCUs. We have North Carolina Central, we have Winston. So it's just like it's all connected. Everybody's connected, and even then, we can go to Texas. We'll say, "Oh yeah, we're from NCAT." They'll be like, "Oh, what's up, family?"
Yeah.
So it's just like it's really cool. But no, all honesty, HBCU heroes, phenomenal. How they set this all up for everybody to get exposed, some exposure for their talents, because HBCU students, they have a whole bunch of talents. When I tell you, people can be biology students, but when I tell you they can do your hair the best way possible, do your nails, do everything. And they also have businesses. So it's just like you go to HBCU and let's say you want to buy from a Black business. Everybody has a Black business.
Yeah, I think just attending an HBCU period, you're just open to so many people, so many cultures. It's just exposure to so many different things, and it allows you to expand your mindset to so many different things you probably never seen or even considered before.
Right. But well, I know you guys are trying to find out who's gonna win the 2K game, so you already know what we're gonna do. We're gonna pass it right back to y'all. Let's get it.
And thank you so much, Elena and Just Mikey. I appreciate that smooth transition. You know, I also attended at HBCU, the illustrious, much like A&T also says, the illustrious Spelman College. Shout out Spelman, higher standards and all that good stuff. And there's so many things to love about the HBCUs. We love the band, we love the students, we love the talent. Like you said, everybody's doing so much. There's people could be a barber, it could be a biology student, but then also a rapper, and then also a businessman, and like 50 million different jobs, and then also working here, there, and other. So shout out to everyone who's at a HBCU, even if you're not a HBCU love adjacent. I know that Chris Paul is also doing some amazing things with the HBCU. So maybe you might see some Chris Paul love with the Phoenix Suns, because the Phoenix Suns are also doing an amazing job here, going back to the NBA. Doing an amazing job of playing and doing a great standings, and I'm really loving their team. So yeah, loving HBCUs, loving everyone that's supporting them. I'm loving the NBA's push to support HBCUs, and there'll be competition somewhere in the middle of the All-Star game, putting up shots to give money to the HBCUs. Hopefully it doesn't end up like Steph Curry doing the shots for cancer and bricking every single one. But, you know, we love the effort that the NBA is making towards HBCUs, because HBCUs are very important.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Okay.
I can't really add anything onto it. I can only echo and amplify your statement because I'm the cautionary tale. I'm the guy who did not go to an HBCU. I made a mistake. I'm sorry, everybody, but here I am.
No, I'm kidding. Okay. See, but you don't even need to absolutely go to a HBCU. It's just a love and support to make sure that you're always supporting any type of Black young people who are trying to make it in the world. And the HBCUs are just one avenue, just one effort of support of doing that. Eli, by you being here for HBCU Heroes, we are helping young Black people in esports, young Black people talented, also in HBCUs. Everyone in HBCU, the diaspora period, trying to make sure it's an organization, a nonprofit that is trying to make sure that we get more Black people at jobs, like in the Verizon fair coming up soon, more Black people in places of power, more Black people shoutcasting, more Black people talented in hosting, with you and me, with Elena and Just Mikey. Yeah, really appreciate all the work that it's doing. Amazing job, and I can't give more than enough credit for all of those who have made this possible. So
you remember to support the young Black person in your life by using that exclamation mark vote when your friend, your sister, your brother, your soror, anybody who's up, somebody who's just affiliated, you know them because your mama know their mama, and y'all went to the same church. Y'all both had to stay on the doorstep and talk for 30 minutes before you could go home. I know you know what that's like. I know you've been there. But also be sure, share that link out on your social medias. Make sure people get in here so we can blow this up, make this bigger. We can do more HBCU heroes, showcase more talent, more players, more gamers, everybody who's been working so hard at all of these schools, and really show the depth of talent and ability that we have at all of these schools that I've been so lucky to cast here with you for these past two showdowns.
Yes, no, and speaking of talent, we talk about talent that goes to HBCUs. We have to shout out Robert Covington for being one of the only players in the league, the only player I believe right now in the league that is from an HBCU. I believe it's Norfolk that he went to. See if you can fact check me on that, Eli. Norfolk.
You know, I got you.
He got me. But he's doing a great job. I know at Portland, he had some clutch plays last night. That was an amazing game against Golden State, and in part due to a clutch 3 from Robert Covington. And you know, I'm excited about what the NBA is doing, putting more HBCUs on TV and on display, because it gives an opportunity for more HBCU talent to get seen. You know, there was somebody that went to my school, well, a school adjacent to mine, Morehouse College, Tyrese Walker, who was just on that fringe in the league. And I'm not sure if he's doing international, if he's still involved with the NBA, but I do know this, that the more coverage and the more talent that you see, hopefully we see more people like Robert Covington in these all-star games. But I want to know what you think about the all-star game. What your favorite part of the all-star game? What do you like the game? Do you like the celebrity game, the dunk contest, the 3-point shot, the skills competition? What's your favorite part about the All-Star?
Well, first of all, I am going to give you that quick update. Robert Covington shouting out the Tennessee State Tigers, where he went and attended. Yeah, there it is, right there. But for me, I would have to say my favorite aspect of All-Star Weekend, like my favorite event, is actually now the All-Star game itself. When I was younger, it was definitely the dunk contest, right? I grew up, I seen the 2000 dunk contest. I was there. Everybody remembers the first dunk Vince Carter did, shut everything down, and it was like, oh my God, I've never seen this before. Right? But now as I've gotten older, I'm really a fan of the All-Star game, and I really love this new format they have. I love to see the game emphasizing the work that they're doing for charities, the work that they're going to be doing for HBCUs this weekend. It's really good to see the players directly using their abilities to enhance and give back to, you know, schools and to the communities around them. So I'm going to be excited to see that. And I can't wait to see what happens when what teams are going to pick and who the captains are going to go after and what the plays are going to be. I can't wait. You know, I hope DeMontis drops 20 on somebody's head and they pick up the dub.
Yes. We want to see homegrown talent here for DeMontis Jones, for him, and also for me, Obi Toppin do his thing in the dunk competition. I still hold out a little bit of hope. It's up and down with the dunk contest every year, but you know, I just hope and pray that we get another opportunity like we did when Zach LaVine went against Aaron Gordon. That was the last great dunk contest that we've had in years. And oh my goodness, it was a great one. Aaron Gordon, I love his propensity to always have creative dunks all the time. I wish that he was playing this one. But hopefully we see some more creative talent from the young bloods, because that's honestly what makes it so exciting. Coming with these same old dunks, okay, whatever. What I loved about Aaron, sitting in the air over a mascot on a hoverboard, that was, I mean, what can you say? So, you know,
that was the best dunk.
That was. He should have won. Thank you. He should have won that. And, you know, Zach LaVine, shout out, free throw. I mean, that's amazing, too, between the legs. But he did that before. So, you know, I think it's amazing. I think it's good. You know, both have a good time with All-Star Weekend. But now it's time to go back to our other All-Stars and Elena and Mikey to see what we have on the talent side of this.
What's up, y'all?
Welcome back,
we
guys.
are back. We are back. So they said we have a little bit of time. So you already know we're going to vibe out with y'all.
Yeah.
So we're going to give you a little history lesson on the greatest HBCU. Mind you, they all great, but this is the greatest HBCU.
Don't forget the illustrious.
The illustrious McLean A&T State University, which was founded in the basement of Shaw University.
The basement?
The basement.
Wow.
March 9th, 1891. So you already know how that goes. Other than that, man, let me tell you about A&T. A&T is the largest public HBCU in the nation. The largest. Number one, not number two, not number three. And we just got a new engineering building built. So, I mean,
Still in the process, but it's gonna look good.
I mean, I'm just saying, we got a whole lot of things going on. We have the greatest mascot, the Aggie, the Aggie. I mean, you can't lose with an Aggie. You just can't lose with an Aggie. So,
Well, for me personally, the reason I chose the best HBCU is because one, it was in-state. College is expensive, so it was in-state that had the major I want, and it had great programs. And honestly, who wouldn't want to go to North Carolina A&T State University? And especially even during a time with coronavirus, like our school, they help us with they're starting to give out vaccinations, as well as they do free testing in our health center.
always.
So they always make sure that their students are safe while trying to get their education.
And also, A&T is like a big family. We might fight sometimes with each other. We might argue. But at the end of the day, we always look out for each other. That's what Aggies do. That is exactly what Aggies do. And for just to, shed a little light on A&T, here's a little video for you guys.
There's a lot of perversion here at the school.
You get out what you put in.
You really have to step out of your comfort zone and put yourself out there.
Fines about this school is ridiculous.
They want money.
You need to pay a fine to park for the semester, pay another fine to park for the year.
You lose your key, it's $175.
The clout-driven atmosphere. People are so focused on the non-important stuff. College is about making connections and networking and making friends that'll last forever. And people are so focused on the wrong stuff these days.
Apply for scholarships. Because when you get that refund check at the end of the year, that's always gonna bless.
Make sure you know who you are. You can really get lost in what everyone else is doing and not be able to find out who you are and who you truly want to be.
If you just came to the school because you heard we have great parties or you heard about GHO, this is not the school for you. You're more than just a party school. This is about making sure that you get out of college and do something with your degree.
Have that mindset to come to school, do your work. Don't party as much as you think you are, because you will go on academic probation like I did.
Get into good community, then you should be able to thrive here.
The title speaks for itself. It's the greatest homecoming on earth.
It's really for the alumni. Aggie Fest, that's more for students.
Go ahead and download the HBCU playlist and go ahead and start learning them songs. Because once COVID is over, it's going to be a whole bunch of parties.
Ain't nothing like a G-Ho. Buy your plane ticket, get your hotel ticket.
Please don't buy your tickets late. Buy your tickets early. Once you buy your tickets early, you'll be set. But if you try to buy it the week before, you're never going to get into anything.
You know you have to do your work for that G-Ho week a week in advance. From Sunday, because you're going to party from Sunday to Saturday.
Surviving.
Involved.
Business-minded.
Every student is pretty sociable.
Some females that stuck up, some guys that think they all that.
Everybody pretty much does their work. They get their stuff done. They're pretty much cool people. Has a lot of goals and aspirations.
There's different cliques here.
I've met so many different personalities. I don't think there is an average student here.
Everybody's very friendly. Everybody's going to welcome you in with warm arms and good embracements.
It's edible.
Horrible. Mediocre.
It's not like a home-cooked meal.
The selections are limited, so they kind of repeat themselves.
I feel like it's a hit or miss.
The food's not terrible.
You get a good assortment.
Fried Chicken Fridays is probably my favorite day. The sandwiches, they never disappoint.
You can get a lot of vegetarian options. If you don't even want those, they have other stuff like burgers, fries.
We have two dining halls, the big calf and the mini calf back there currently closed. But the mini calf usually has more cultural food.
That's the best place to get food off your meal swipes.
The bigger calf has a wider variety of food.
Top tier. Horrible.
Ghetto.
My living conditions were great.
They weren't ideal.
I like where I stay. It's very nice and the environment is pretty cool. It's the honors dorm, so all of us pretty much know each other because the honors program is small.
We had run into kind of a mold problem.
Our dorm flooded. It was nasty. Girls are nasty. When you live with girls and you have to share a community bathroom, it's horrible. So if y'all stay in a community bathroom, make sure you clean up after yourself.
Girls, they do be stealing stuff. Yeah. I do live in an all-girls dorm.
You're looking for the bare minimum dorms. They're not going to give you something super nice.
Make sure you have shower shoes. You make sure you have Drano, because sometimes the plumbing gets a little clogged.
I remember going to the bathroom so many times. There's just bugs. Came in the sink one time, someone had threw up and put noodles in the sink.
It's not as nice as what you see in all the pictures. If you look up A&T, you'll see the villages, but you won't see my dorm like Morrison. I wanted to have people who looked like me rather than people who got used to me because I went to the same school as them.
In high school, I went to a predominantly white high school. A&T has always given me a feeling of home. Being in countless A&T parades, so it was just kind of like it was solidified.
I was kind of tired of people being surprised that I was smart and black. I was always in honors and people were like, oh my God, like, are you in the wrong place? No, I'm not.
I know what you really want. 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 I know what you like. Whoa, pedal to the
PA, let's go. What's up, KD?
Performing for the 5th time at the Honda Battle of the Bands. Let's give it up for the blue and gold marching machine of North Carolina, A&T State University.
Mic check, mic check. I got one question. Do I have any Aggies in the house? Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very important announcement. I have been informed that the best band at the Honda Battle of the Bands has already performed. But those are alternative facts. Because the reason that we're all here is on the field right now. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the marching machine. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as the band takes you downfield with a flashing bad boy hit entitled Love Like This. Now listen, I know we didn't come to Atlanta by ourselves, so I'm gonna get Aggies in the house, let's bring it on! And now, ladies and gentlemen, focus your attention to the 50-yard line as we bring to you the hot-stepping, precise players, hard-rocking, original bad boys of drums. Atlanta, Georgia, make some noise for Paul Steele.
Wow, wow, wow. And just like that, we're going straight into the game, but I cannot be remiss than to talk about North Carolina A&T, the Aggies, their band. And man, I get so nostalgic. I marched in band for 4 years in my time at Spelman. And, you know, shout out to IZ and Theta Zeta, across the sorority, Kappa Psi, Tau Sigma. Tau Sigma, so shout out to them. But it's so nice to see bands, HBCU bands. That's the best part about HBCUs, the bands playing a good job. And the best part of the East, in my opinion, to watch are the Nets, because, man, they're such a great team.
Talking about those Brooklyn Nets right now, the newest, the most hyped, the super team, the trio of stars, some of the best shooters in the NBA, 3 of them on the same team. Of course, talking about James Harden, Kyrie Irving, and KD, all on the same squad. Also, Joe Harris, who is also a lights out shooter for them as well. So this is one of those teams, when we talked about what open 3-point shooting can do for you, you see the threat there, even though that shot goes away. We are in our first game of this second match of the tournament here between Tickle Tunes and Hey Weez, both of them opting for those Brooklyn Nets, as you can see right now. Game 1 underway here as we see Weez get into the basket again, but it is a missed layup here. It's very high pace right now as they try to get back and forth. Good defense by Weez there to stop that transition attempt here, but it's going to be James Harden getting to the bucket for Tickle Tunes. He scores 2 and evens it back up. You see the pace here right now. Again, both players really trying to push the rock right now. James Harden throws a turnover there and then gets the pass in to Kevin Durant. I like that movement there. Doesn't take the open jumper there with Joe Harris.
I would have taken that with Joe Harris. Because Joe Harris has been such a great shooter for this team. I swear, like, he is honestly the low-key MVP of this team. Of course, James Harden is playing phenomenal. Kyrie, Kevin Durant when he's playing. Can you believe that those 3 have not played all together yet? But it's because Joe Harris has put up some great points shooting threes and has been such a dependable shot. I would have taken that there. But Hey Weez is going to the line with Kevin Durant. That should be some easy points as long as he gets that shot stick ready. I mean, I anticipate this to be a high-scoring game, don't you?
Yeah, that's what I would anticipate. I actually noticed now here we actually have a bit of a strategic difference between the two, as it looks like, I believe that is Hey Weez actually is starting Jeff Green here on the court and not Joe Harris. So that was an interesting difference between them at the beginning. I think Jeff Green, he offers a little bit more defensive sureness. He's a little bit tougher to get by. He's a little bit stronger when it comes to at the basket confrontations, but you're obviously missing out on that shooting ability. And you see right now why your defense has got to be up, as Tunes gets that easy entry into the paint and then gets the dunk. Obviously, Weez trying to Weaves was trying to guard that alley-oop right there. You don't want to give it up. Also, we see the three here on the left side there, but it goes awry, and that's what I'm talking about. Jeff Green is not automatic by any means, so you got to get your green release on if you want Jeff Green to be able to represent that same threat.
I will say I don't hate that as, ooh, look at that nice jam right there from James Harden. You don't see that a lot in real life, but 2K, hey, why not? Ooh, a nice alley-oop there to DeAndre Jordan. Now you do see that a lot. But I don't hate that strategy just because you have all three of those solid offensive players on the field. Maybe you don't need Joe Harris as much. We'll see how much that lends to them. Ooh, and Kyrie not getting that open three, but that's what I expect. This pace, this fantastic pace, a nice shot right there and key by Kyrie. And we're seeing some good up and down play. And you know what? That's why I think you need defense to make sure you can limit as much. But can you really even stop this team if you're playing at this frenetic pace?
Well, it's pretty tough, right? Like you see right there, look at that layup. Even with the coverage there, it's still not able to. But there's Weez with some great inbound defense there, and he's going to get another opportunity at this. And just like that, with solo KD play, Tickle Tunes got caught not paying attention to switch over for the passing icon, because you can abuse that. If somebody's going to try to play that press defense, you can get open shots like we see here. KD was coming back, but unfortunately for Tunes, he doesn't get the open shot. He gets to set up here, and again, knowing that the alley-oop is a threat, drop back for this three, but the step back does not go down this time. Wee's going to push the pace and get called for the charge there. Yeah, as this time it was a little bit too predictable.
When you're playing at 100 miles per hour, you need to also pay attention to the people in front of you. But when you play press defense, you need to pay attention to the defenders who are making shots. Unfortunately, was not able to capitalize. And there you go. It's been high pace, back and forth, so much back and forth, so that we could barely keep our breaths. Isn't that right, Eli?
Yeah, that's what's happening. We had to wait a long time. The players have been waiting, trying to make sure we could get the game up and running. We can see the visuals and get it broadcasting to you all. We know that you did want to see it here, so we were able to get it to you. And they are trying to make up for lost time, it feels like, in game number one, as we see Tickle Tunes back at it again, getting into the paint here. But DeAndre Jordan against James Harden, that's kind of a difficult situation. In the paint, out here on the perimeter, a little bit of a different story. And we see now he's starting to cook. Oh, my, he's starting to cook. But isn't able to get the three.
You should have taken that much earlier in the shot clock. I feel like there was some space. DeAndre Jordan wasn't respecting that jumper, but, you know, Tickle Tunes end up getting the inbound steal anyway, and a nice, easy dunk by James Harden right there. Another inbound steal almost. That's seeming to be the key of the game for him. Hey, Weez.
Yeah, you got to be sure what you're passing right here. As you see that, giving up the alley-oop, unfortunately, there for Weez. Wasn't paying attention to the AI defender who was dropping back, so you sent two to the off-ball defender. That's an easy alley-oop right here. And now we see right here, Weez trying to get that shot here. Doesn't want to take him too far away. That's KD in the corner. Unfortunately, phases a little bit forward, but gets that easy jumper right there on the side. I see you, boy, big boy. Shout out to that man. Shout out to the legend, Chris Smooth. Shout out to the guy.
He's waiting on a noob. Give that guy a manual. And let's see what Weez has on his manual as he tries to do a double. A layup right there with two defenders is never a good move. Let's see.
Oh, you cannot be passing out of shots like that.
And a backcourt violation right there.
Yeah, you cannot be going up. You can't just shoot as soon as you get the ball. You really got to be ready to commit to it. You try to pass out of it. That penalty on your pass is going to lead to a lot of turnovers, and you can't afford to give up easy baskets. You know, when you're playing a high-powered team like the Nets, you got to make sure every possession leads to a shot like this. Look at that. Kyrie at the top of the key. Wide open.
Let's get that Chris Smooth. Come on now. But a really, really good. You have to minimize mistakes when you're playing such a great team. And it's easy to make mistakes when you're playing at such a high pace, passing everywhere. You're assuming that everyone's cutting or is on the perimeter. But that's how players get themselves into situations where they accidentally give up the ball. And finally slowing things down with a free throw shot right here with DeAndre Jordan. Gets that one. Let's see if they can get another one. DeAndre Jordan, not the best free throw shooter, but stick skills making the day.
Yeah. Tickle
All
Tunes able
right.
to overcome it here. That's a good job there for them. And now almost get that deflection on the inbound, but that's going to cause a bit of a scramble here. You got to get people back in positions. Otherwise, you give up the easy
Ooh.
dunk for Hey Weez as he's going to posterize that, get himself back to that 9-point lead as Tickle Tunes looks to get back into it, trying to push it back into the paint. It's not happening here, so he hits the trailer. That's going to be an open three for Joe Harris on the side, but it does not go down. That is unfortunate here. If you were Tickle Tunes, you were looking to get threes like that to get yourself back in because you know Weez is looking to get KD in the corner. So that's a great steal there. We got a fast break here. Harden to Durant, back to Harden, and it's another corner three attempt. And this time it falls. Tickle Tunes has been looking for those shots all game long, finally starting to get him to fall here as he cuts this lead down to 6.
And you know what? It's a 6-point game, so that means it's just 2 threes. So you have to minimize your turnovers and make opportunities off their turnovers. Let's see what they do right here. Decides to kick it back out. Takes a shot. That's an open three, but unfortunately does not fall. And Hey Weez is bringing it back up the court. Gets a foul right here. And we're going back to the line. So this is
that right there, that's
exciting.
the penalty. You see all the back dribbling there before Harden took that three. That's going to make it harder for you to green that release. That's also going to negatively impact the shooting percentage for the player. That's the difference now in modern 2K games as opposed to before. The game is much more intuitive now, a little bit more authentic. So you don't get situations like that where you can just kind of back yourself into whatever shot and then just as soon as you go up, it's just like, oh, well, they're a 98 3-point shooter. So here it goes, 98% chance. Now you got to be a little smoother with your movements you got to make smooth moves in order to get your shot percentage high.
I see what you did there. I see what Hey Weez did there. Another steal and a big slam dunk, causing the other opponent to pause because he couldn't believe the fact he got a wide open dunk down the lane right there. I mean, really, I'll be interested to see what the turnover ratio is for this game and the amount of turnovers as well. Like I said, a lot of movement causes a lot of mistakes, and we'll see what Tickle Tunes decides to do with this pick and roll action right here. Passes it back to Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant gets a wide open dunk in the lane right there. I see you bobbing your head. You liked what you see, Eli.
Yeah, I do. I like that give and go action here, utilizing some of that dangerous offense that Harden represents here. As you see right now, how Weezy delaying that pass over to KD in the corner. Knew he was there, but also knew that's where Tunes would lurk. So you see what happens when you move the ball smartly. You get a wide open shot for James Harden. That is a green. And though we have another pause, we are definitely going to see that shot fall because we can tell you right now, James Harden open green release. That's money. You can print that out, take it. Just keep James Harden open. Let him keep greening. You'll get your 14. Don't worry about it. You get your 1.4. No problem.
James Harden is someone you don't want to mess with on the perimeter. Actually, nobody on this team except for DeAndre Jordan. I'd feel pretty comfortable letting him get at the perimeter. Last couple seconds, does not get off the shot, and it is going to halftime. It seems that we have an 11-point deficit right now, and I'm really loving all the pace and the action, but I really think that Tickle Tunes needs to take a slow down, maybe not make as many mistakes, because Hey Weez is really making an opportunity off of that.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of like what we saw in our first match of the day. What happens when your offense is a little haphazard, things can go awry here as we see Weez going to find themselves with a wide open three there for Harden, but slightly early on the release. So that doesn't go. That's going to give Tickle Tunes an opportunity here. Going to keep the ball in Harden's hands. Doesn't give it up to Durant for the easier attempt, and that goes off here. Now Weezer gets back, but I like Tunes here going for those steal attempts. It's a low chance that you'll actually get the steal, but instead you do get the foul. You stop the fast break, and you force Weez to set up again. But I tell you what, if that's the shot he's going to get,
it's the passes. It's all in the passes because we're seeing the great ball movement. We saw Tickle Tunes didn't utilize that vision like he did right there. Luckily, he did right there, did not fall. But we're seeing constant plays by Hayweez passing it to the other defender, then passing it to the other defender, then not to the other defender because that's a steal, passing it to the other player and passing it to the other player and passing it to the other player. And that's how you get open shots, especially when you have such a wide open team like that. Teams that can spread out and have such good spacing, it's easy to find a shot, especially if you make a commitment, collapse on one player, boom, somebody's open. So keep passing.
Exactly.
Good things will happen. All right. So Hayweez intercepting the ball right in front of him. Oh my gosh. Hayweez is making a payday. Just stealing candy from a baby with those inbound passes. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite work out with them because you can't counter if you make sure you make smart passes and don't get in the way. Tickle Tunes is trying to do the same thing back, but fouls Hayweez. So kicking it back out.
And we see right now for Tunes is his Kyrie is at 4 fouls right now. So he's gonna have to be careful with that. He might lose Kyrie here as we get another corner three here attempt for Jeff Green, but it goes off again. That's gonna be one of the issues. If you don't green, it's not automatic. Tunes on the other end with Joe Harris showing why you go for the offense, why you get somebody who is known as a sharp shooter. As he gets that three there, but right back on the other end is Hayweez pushing the pace, trying to push the lead back out. Gets the easy dunk for DeAndre Jordan, but you see now defenses is not getting set. It's getting a little bit more arcadey. That's a green release for KD. Ooh. That's going to go down. But unfortunately, not a 3 there. It looks like a 2. So now the lead is 10 here for Weez. He's going to push it back to 12 as James Harden's going back and forth. It's like a hockey game out here. Up and down, back and forth. Another inbound still for Weez. He gets to Harden and another slam. That's 4 straight.
You are on a roll talking up and down the court, and another green. Oh my gosh, it's a scoring machine over here. Scores after bucket after bucket after bucket. Hayweez,
I see why we got the black and white. We got the black and white nets right here because we are out of the racetrack right now. They are just going up and down now. They are gonna gun it until the end of the clock. Let's go.
And another layup right there. You see in the lane. Let's see if Joe Harris can get this screen. Oh, another 3. So up and down, like you said, scoring and pouring on points. Let's see what's happening right here. Oh, kicking it back out, slowing it back down. A pick and roll. And Gerald Green gets that nice points in the paint. We're pressing up the pace. Oh my gosh, isn't this so fun to watch, Eli?
Yeah, this is great. I like to see this. This is a strong contrast to one of the games we saw before. And this time the pace is much higher here. You see Weez get another shot. There it goes off, but there's KD. No problem.
That was excellent.
See, he might be one of the best shooters of all time, but he's still 7 feet tall. So he'll still get you a couple of those.
Making putbacks all the time. I'm loving that. I'm loving what I'm seeing. Let's see if we can see something. Oh, a block right there from that pick and roll. Ooh, and Hayweez playing some crucial defense, trying to make something work with KD and gets a tough layup. 24% covered, but I mean, when it's KD, I mean, that's basically a green light anyway. All right, James Harden making moves, passing around. Joe Harris with the 3. It's not a 3. All right, passing to KD. It's a wide open. Oh, he
off the glass.
Off the backboard. Now you're just showing off, young man. I like what I see right there. Such a good game. Such good scoring. And such disrespect. You remember when LeBron James did that in the middle of the finals?
I do. Oh my goodness. Great. And look at that. We have actually Tunes actually conceding game number 1. Just like that. Down 18 at the end of the third quarter. And Tunes said, that is enough. I've seen all I need to see. I don't foresee a comeback. So Tunes is going to go ahead and drop game number 1. I got to tell you what. I will be honest with you. If it was what it was, if that was a concession and not just a disconnect, we haven't had any of those.
It was a rage quit. It's confirmed to be a rage quit after the off of the glass backboard alley oop. He just decided to rage quit. He said, "I've seen enough in tournament history."
He said, "I've seen enough at a game number 1. I'm done with it." So we'll see right now. if Tunes is looking to get back into that as their discussion in the chat right now, we are here with you all here for the HBCU Hero Showdown. I'm Eli the Curry, alongside Bordy McBoard, and we promise not to rage quit no matter whether or not things go our way or not.
I mean, I believe that, I mean, the game was going up and obviously, he was losing some of the momentum, but I don't necessarily feel, especially with such a high pace, that you should rage quit at that point. I mean, doing it off the backboard, that's crazy, that's a little bit disrespectful, but as a gamer, you keep on going because, you expect a little bit of disrespect, maybe like a T-Reg over here or like, off the board. You expect a little bit of competitiveness with gaming, but not enough to make your rage quit. Especially
I
with
think
money
what it
on the
is
line.
it's we're talking about an actual set right now. We're not talking about the ranked matches or you just hopping online where you will see that type of thing more often. Here you get to the end of game one. That's a concession, basically. Toon said, I'm so far behind. I feel like my momentum's off. I've got players who are cold, so my sliders are basically moving down. It's making it harder. Let's not waste the time that would it take for that fourth quarter to go. I'm not making up an 18-point deficit. Let's go to game two, start over fresh, and see if he can do things better that way. Now, whether or not I would have done it, whether or not you would do it, whether or not anybody approves of it, that's all opinions. Everybody got one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's just another part of who you are as a person. Regardless, we know the facts right now. Tunes down a game. They got to come better than that in game number two, or else they can leave however many matches they want. Weezy will have no problem accepting that friendly quit in game number two if it would send him to the grand finals and guarantee him a shot at that tremendous first place prize.
A W is a W is a W, and we'll see who is getting the W's on the talent tide. Hopefully no rage quits. They can't rage quit with the talent show. So we'll see what they have coming up soon. Take it back to Elena and just Mikey right now. Right.
Let's aim for the stars. Ooh, ooh, yo. Follow the path of least resistance and your mind will follow. Take your time to sit in silence and your thoughts will hollow. In the turbulence will have you run into the bottle. I used to make these pieces a child, don't make it models. Now I'm looking at my notes tab, got these flows tab. Learn keys, it's a science just to make your toes tab. I can't sleep off that no fab. I make mo slap, I make my mama happy when she hears the shit is no trash. And when the album done, she gon' run around the city claiming it's her only son. I can't help that I'm the one that step up to the plate in the name of getting shit done. I've been through hell and back with this music life. I used to really overthink on how to do it right. I let go and I started shining the truest light. Take upon myself to show people the Buddhist hype. You ain't never heard those two words together. You ain't never met someone like me ever. I'm a product of the Bay. I'm a product of people who be really thinking this way. So show respect to the God. My name ain't on me cause of a fucking facade. The money you chase is a mirage. This is about consciousness rising over beats from the garage. Now let's aim for the stars. Let's aim for the stars.
All right, and we're back with the talent portion of the show. Who do we have next, Mikey?
We have Makai Singleton. So
All
we're
right.
gonna show me a little song. Show me a little
Let's
song.
see it.
Let's get it.
You know I love it, girl. You know I love it. You know I love it. I know you're right. I might just die tonight. You know I'm still coming through, baby. I I know it's bad for me. Tastes so sweet, girl. I think I need your abuse, baby. Girl, girl, you do damage to me. I love it, yeah, I love you. Ain't nothing better for me now. Girl, you do damage to me. I love it, girl.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about right there.
Very soulful. Very
Remember,
soulful.
you guys, for the viewers, if you guys want to vote, you have to do exclamation point, vote in that person's name.
Yes, first place winner gets $250. Runner up gets $100.
So that's
I gotta make sure y'all vote.
So that's money, and it's gonna be straight up. You're gonna get it as soon as you win. Today.
Cash that, baby.
But who's next?
Number 7, we have Miss Sydney
from North Carolina A&T. Let's see some. Yes. For those who don't know, Sydney is a Golden Delight at North Carolina A&T.
That was good.
So most definitely.
I wish that was longer, actually.
I actually do wish it was longer.
That was really good.
That was
I'm a
powerful.
dancer myself.
That was powerful.
Sydney, I want you to teach me, actually.
So.
All right, so I guess we're going back to the shoutcasters.
Going back to the shoutcasters.
All right.
Let's get it.
All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to HBCU Heroes. And I have to give a shout out to our sponsor, Intel, for making this happen. HBCU Heroes, shout out to Intel for doing such a good job making sure this thing is possible. If you guys can, go ahead and follow us on all social media platforms at HBCU Heroes, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, all of that. We're on everything, so make sure to follow us. And don't forget to follow us on the website at hbcuheroes.org. Wonderful job by Makai. I loved his voice. Such a nice, soulful, gritty. Ooh, I love that voice. I'm loving everything that I'm hearing from the people in the talent competition. What are you excited about, Eli?
I got to shout out seeing praise dance teams. That actually reminds me, my mom used to do praise dancing back in the day. So that just took me back to when I was younger and I was sitting there up in the pews watching my mom go to work there, working on the choreography she'd been doing all week. So gotta love to see the new generation repping, just like for our the people who come before us, make it possible for us. Speaking of which, now we're moving on into game number 2 here in our second semifinal match. We see Tickle Tunes decided not to go with Brooklyn, this time switching to Milwaukee. So a little bit similar to the last game we saw between K2 Breezy and E Pitt, where the mirror match didn't go too well. Both teams didn't work out. So the substitution team is Milwaukee. But right now it's looking very similar as we see Wheezy off to a hot start, already up 11-2 with 2 minutes left in the first quarter.
Now, I will be remiss to not talk about that block that I saw with Kyrie Irving. So, hey, getting some blocks with Kyrie. I mean, hey, man, 2K juice making it work. But I do like, switching to somebody who has some stuff in the lane, having this is a good defensive team. And we saw the defense really work out, although they did not win K2 Breezy. We saw defense really help when they switched to the Bucks. So we'll see this hopefully work out in Tickle Tunes' favor. And Drew Holiday, not Bledsoe, like I said before, in the game. Shout out Drew Holiday. Really helped this team, honestly, too. And really did not help with that shot, but it's A-OK. It's going Weezy's way. Kyrie Irving with the layup and not going. So back-to-back mixed shots and a foul by DeAndre Jordan. What do you hope to see from this matchup?
Well, I just noticed the defense, again, the length of the Bucks we've seen, that helps a lot when it comes to trying to keep a hand in the face of all these shooters. Brooklyn, especially the way Wheezy plays them, the pace they play at, is going to be running up and down the court. And that's going to make it a little bit more difficult for Tunes, because you're going to have to be very careful to manage Lopez's stamina. He's going to have to run a lot more than you would want your center to, especially, kind of a traditional big man as we see that technical free throw made there. That's a good shot there from Tunes to get those easy points here. And we're going to get the open three here for DiVincenzo, but it doesn't fall. But there's Lopez getting the rebound. Now you got to be careful here in the paint against DeAndre Jordan, and that's what Tunes does. He takes his time, gets the contested layup, gets fouled here. You get back to the foul line here, and Lopez might actually deliver 3 points here, all from free throws. So there you go. Tunes there getting 3 points in one possession just off of the strength of being able to make those free throws and really have a very patient offensive style. So we'll see if that benefits them.
Yes. I'm glad that you mentioned that because I love the fact, what did we see a lot last game? We saw Tickle Tunes give the ball away due to rush inbound passes, not really seeing what's in front of them, working too fast. If we see that shot from DiVincenzo, unfortunately missed. So let's see if we see a slower pace. Ooh, a nice shot there by Kyrie Irving. If we see a slower pace from Tickle Tunes, if that helps him. He's not getting it on the scoreboard right now, but if he's patient and keeps giving shots to DiVincenzo, he'll hit one like he does just now.
Yep, shooters got to shoot. You got to keep getting the shots up, even if you don't get it the first time, second time. A shooter got to get the reps in, and that time it goes there for Tickle Tunes, and that's something they're going to be looking for a lot more in this next quarter. As we see right there again, we get Brook Lopez coming over for the swat. So Tunes now has done a good job adjusting defensively to manage these hardened drives. We're not seeing any open threes for KD in the corner here for Weezy, even though that pace still pretty quick, pretty closer to what I think Weez would like to have for this Brooklyn side. So he's up now by 5 points, but definitely looking a little bit closer to what you would want if you're Tunes, keeping it in range here, only down by 5, but Weez does have the ball to start out with, and he's looking to cook up with James Harden here as he runs this little action here, trying to get this alley-oop attempt here, trying to get James Harden open in the paint, but there's Drew Holiday again with that defense. We saw that in the last game. Unfortunately, Brook Lopez not able to get the rebound, and so DeAndre Jordan going to finish it off there as Weez now goes up by 7. Tunes looking to get right back into it, takes Giannis into the paint. There's the double team. There's an upper jumper for Dante DiVincenzo. He misses it, but there's Giannis.
And DiVincenzo has had his struggles this game, but as long as you have somebody like Giannis, like Lopez, who could get those offensive rebounds, as we see that layup by KD, we'll see some excellent work from Tickle Me Tunes. And I'm loving this pace. I love the fact you took that with Drew Holiday. Ooh, that's a bucket, a layup. Come on, Drew Holiday, such a gifted offensive player. Actually, much more more offensively gifted than Drew Bledsoe. So
Drew Bledsoe is not very good at basketball.
Eric Bledsoe, sorry. Eric Bledsoe, I apologize.
Hey, Drew Bledsoe
names,
was
sentences.
He's a fair quarterback, but I don't know about on the court.
He tried, different sport. He tried, but not in this game. But he tried to life, like I'm trying to speak right now. Thank you, Eli, for keeping me on my toes, because right now words are escaping me. I got the transitions unlocked, but I'm getting the words not unlocked. As we see James Harden right here. Hey, Weez making some work on this pick and roll. Ooh, a dunk by James Harden. You won't see that in real life over such a tall player in Brook Lopez, but I mean, it's nice to see in the 2K world.
It is what it is. If you don't have your defense set, you're not ready to adjust the drive. You see what happens. Wee's going to execute here, and now the contested layup goes off. Wee's going to push the pace again, but I love this right here. You push the pace. If you don't see it on the break, you wait, and look what you get on the other end. It's an open layup for Kyrie Irving. Weez once again slowing the pace down. That stop and start offensive flow, really picking Tickle Tunes apart, making him struggle here as he gets an open 3 attempt here with Middleton. It goes off, and again, now Weez going to look to run it again right here to Irving. He's going to get the alley-oop high off the glass for DeAndre Jordan, but it goes off, and now we get racing back to the other end. There's Giannis with the dunk, and the late contest leads to an and one situation. So Tunes now getting another opportunity to get a three-point play. As you see the substitutions coming out here for
Giannis,
Weez.
Giannis showing you what a dunk really looks like right there. I'm loving that. And like you were saying before, using that patience, utilizing the passing, recognizing, you don't have that shot, utilizing when how to use that post work. Look at that footwork. Check that footwork. He ain't got these like DeAndre Jordan did in that play. So, we're seeing some really nice play from Hey Weez. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep this up, and we could see Elijah Pitt go against him. But Tickle Tunes is not having good luck from the perimeter, and there's been some easy makeable ones that he's missed.
Yeah, you see both of them right now struggling to shoot those threes on the side. They're wide open attempts here. But if you're not greening, that penalty can be really harsh, especially in the online environment. The competitive environment really penalizes you if you don't get the right timing. Unless you're close to the basket like that. Hey, Weez getting another bucket to go and one. You see the difference in the points in the paint. Weez with 20 points in the paint. They're only 8 for Tunes. And really that makes the difference in the scores right now.
And I don't necessarily think that Tickle Tunes isn't taking good shots and good shot selection. Look at that beautiful shot. It just didn't go down. Having some really bad luck, Brook Lopez, okay, I understand. Not the most favorable one for contested layup. Oh my gosh, look at that. Kevin Durant with the yams on the deck right there. I'm loving it. But, I really think that Tickle Tunes is playing some good shots, putting up some good shots, just having some bad luck, luckily able to get that shot down with Giannis. Now, that's what you want to see more of since the perimeter shots aren't working.
Yeah, and you see the struggle right now for Tunes to get his players back on defense here. Gives up another inbounds pass. We haven't seen many of those, and that's going to be a hard foul there. Not going to be flagrant, so it'll just be 2 shots. Not going to be 2 on the ball here, but Weez will definitely take that. As you see, KD, so reliable at the line, gets 1, gets 2, no problem.
But I will say, it's about being behind. And when you're behind, you start to press and you start to make mistakes. Making some cross-court plays. Oh, look at that dunk. Although they were able to reap the benefits of that with a fast pace, and will reap the benefits again. Oh my gosh, back-to-back dunks. Oh my gosh, the dunk contest coming a little early. But, having some really risky pass doing it cross court and trying to push up the pace, it's worked favorably for them so far. But overall, throughout the whole course of the game and last game, tend to take that as a caution because it hasn't necessarily helped out like the slow pace that's gotten Hey Weez to the line.
Yeah, and that is for Weez again, taking the time with the lead that they had. He doesn't want to give that up. He doesn't want to have any more turnovers like that. You don't want any more of those 4-point swing sequences where you can start to get momentum, build up the takeover for somebody else. Giannis has already got his. You really hope that he's the only one who gets takeover started for Milwaukee because, if DiVincenzo starts greening, if you start getting Holiday or Middleton hot, then the team becomes much harder to defend. It's already difficult enough when Giannis is able to bully his way into the paint and drop buckets on you like that. You really can't afford anybody else to get a last-second attempt here for Weez. It goes off, though, so he will have to settle for an 11-point lead as we go into the half here, up 36-25 in this game number 2. A reminder, Hey Weez did take game number 1 there over Tickle Tunes now, and this is a best 2 out of 3 series. So if Weez is able to win this game here, keep this lead, he will move over. And oh no, if I am Tunes, I am furious with my Chris Middleton. I know you didn't just sled off of Jeff Green to cover DeAndre Jordan at the 3-point line.
And unfortunately, again, another miss by DiVincenzo. It's not been shot selection. It's been wonderful shot selection. Just bad luck with the shots and them not going down and not getting the threes and the greens that you're needed. So 2K, it's all about the luck of the draw as well, just like sometimes in basketball, it's a make or miss league. And unfortunately, been missing a lot of those crucial 3-pointers and then rushing and pressing with cross-court passes that could end up being dangerous. All right, getting a 3 right there from Chris Middleton. Again, no good. Let's see if Hey Weez can make an opportunity out of this. Ooh, contested layup. Let's see. Oh, did not make that 3 by Jeff Green.
And I like that decision there from Tunes. He went straight in, was just going to go ahead and force that interaction with James Harden. You're going to trust Giannis to finish over James in a situation like that. It led to a foul, which stops the clock. And it's not all bad here, but if you're Tunes, you know, you got to start getting buckets to fall. So it's a triple team here on Giannis, gets the pass out. That's going to be an open 3 attempt for Middleton, but there's a penalty on there for moving fast, and he was afraid of DeAndre Jordan, so that shot had no chance. Now Weeze gets a chance to set it back up, goes with Green here, but the layup goes off. It's down the court now for Tunes. He's got Middleton here. He's going to stop it, get the ball over, tried to get it to Giannis, but it gets deflected. And now Tunes has got to reset, try to get a shot or a pass off, and instead it is deflected in the paint. And now Weeze now gets a chance to make this a 15-point lead, maybe 16 if he finds a 3. We'll find out as he's being very patient here, trying to set it up.
Trying to press. And you can see the difference in styles right here. Trying to press.
No, he did not leave him open.
Trying to press. And there you go. James Harden going across. What are you doing? Give that guy a manual.
That's a timeout. I'm calling a timeout, and I'm yoinking that player. I'm yelling at his digital avatar. I'm going to add him on Twitter in real life and say, what was your avatar doing? I knew you didn't just sag off James Harden when I was already down, and he looking for an open 3. You can't do that, but you can get yourself a contested dunk. There is Giannis over DeAndre Jordan. That's the 2-time MVP going to work for Tickle Tunes, but he's got to be very aware of these AI tendencies at this point. They're leaving James Harden open for 3s, and this time it doesn't go here for Weeze, but that is something he will take that shot every time down the court if he can get it.
And this is a time where I start to look into the defensive assignments and start playing with the slider and playing with the coach's assignments and playing with that massive dunk. Oh, I like that right there with Kevin Durant. I mean, you have to notice your CPU's tendencies and adjust accordingly. Like I said, chess match as we see that shot by Brook Lopez not go down. And so if you see your offensive CPU not do what you like to see your defensive CPU not do what you want to do, you have to play around with those sliders and not fall for easy points. Ooh, that easy point right there in the lane tickled Tunes, making some changes immediately because he did not like what he liked to see.
Well,
so coming a little bit late, but
we're at the same point deficit we were at last time with these two when Tunes decided that they had enough. So I don't know what these changes are. We'll have to see if Tunes is going to stick with it. This is the last chance here. This is an elimination game now for Tunes. So they've got to come through and they've got to finish up as we see a unfortunate there. Throws
like
it.
That. Can't play plays like that behind the back, mid-air, trying to jump. Unless you have that wonderful amethyst bailout, you can't do that. You cannot do that. Brook Lopez getting a shot. And like I said, just players not hitting their shots, not shot selection, just luck of the draw. And, a contested layup not going down. Ooh, probably had a shot right there besides the pull-up for that 3, which makes sense when you're down so far.
Yeah, I actually like that stop and take the 3 attempt, but it's just one of a lot of shots that have not gone well for Tunes as we see that jumper go down here for Weeze. And it's a very frustrating turn of events here for Tunes as you see Weeze's team now. He's left his starters out for a long time, and they are gassed. You see those red bars. You see the Gatorade indicators. Everybody on the court right now for Weeze is very tired. There's open shots all over the place here for Tunes, but they are not falling for him. And this is what is leading to this deficit here as he gets a second open 3 attempt in that situation. Doesn't get it. Giannis does collect it and get the bucket, but unfortunately, it may be a little too late here as we are down. Tunes is down 18 points here to enter the fourth quarter. And it looks like Weeze may be about to make a date with Elijah Pitt, and we might have a little Atlantic rivalry. We might have Brooklyn versus Philly here in our finals if Tunes is not able to make something miraculous happen here in this fourth quarter.
Looking like it could be an Eastern Conference Finals, Eastern matchup so far. So Eastern Finals matchup. I'm sorry for the words today are just so hard for me today. So I apologize, Eli. Apologize to you viewers. What I'm not going to apologize for is the excellent play. I want to know if, we're seeing them not really take advantage of the substitutions right now, noticing that players are gassed and just keeping them pedal to the metal, keep on running down the floor. I want to know if Elijah Pitt seemed to have a better control over substitutions in the last game, So I want to see if Weeze is just playing it. He knows he's up big, so it's just running up the score because it doesn't matter. But if they'll pay more attention to that down the line, because that can make all the difference in making making shots because your shooters can't make shots if they're all gassed.
Yeah, it's true. Even with 5-minute quarters on, the game still does run on fatigue. Players still get tired and need breaks. So Weez is going to have to manage that. Oh, my goodness. See that alley-oop windmill here. Weez now getting a show off with this 19-point lead here. Only 3 minutes and 20 seconds left in the fourth quarter. You just see Tunes trying to make something happen, trying to get somebody open. He'll get an alley-oop here for Giannis. That's nice, but it's just tit for tat here. And Weez is going to be happy with that. He'll run that all day. But what he can't run is those inbounds passes. He can't give that up here for Tunes, who still has a chance here if he can get a bucket quickly. No, the layup goes off for Giannis. And this may be a heartbreaker as Weez is going to stop it up, get that mid-range, that
Green
jumper.
by Kevin Durant. It is good every time. Shooters shoot, and Kevin Durant, he could put up 35 a night, no problem. Of course, he can hit an open 2-point jumper. So you're seeing James Harden being smart, not just blindly taking that shot, eating up some time. And really, I'm really looking forward to see what's coming up next. I'm really looking forward to see. I heard you say earlier in the match, in the tournament, talk about how Joel Embiid had potential to be MVP. Is he your MVP favorite? Because to me, it's no-brainer. I feel like LeBron has fallen off. Steph Curry had a contention for the moment and really didn't. Giannis would if he didn't win back-to-back ones. So I feel like this is Joel Embiid's to lose at this current moment.
Yeah, no, I would definitely say at this point, right, you have the guy who is, the leader, the statistical leader, and kind of the vocal leader on one of the most successful teams in the league. Utah is kind of more led by committee than having one exceptional star. You know what I mean? So I think, as far as the regular season MVP award, I think the consensus will find that it is Joel Embiid. I wouldn't be mad about that. The way he's been playing, obviously he's been putting up incredible numbers all season. So, I would be happy to see Joel Embiid finally get that, that recognition, get that MVP, because it's been a long time coming. But we all know where the judgment comes, right? We all know what it ultimately comes down to. It's how you perform in elimination games when you are in the playoffs. As we see Weez right now, is coasting right now with a 17-point lead, just got a steal here and is looking to close out game number 2 with a victory. Here we get the step back 3. Doesn't fall, but you know what? Weez is like, hey, let me try to get the signature shots off, because I know I'm going to have you're going to have a serious competition when you get to Elijah Pitt here in the finals, as Tunes may be about to wave that white flag and finally call it an evening. Here we'll see.
We saw some really good stick play from Elijah Pitts. And what I've seen so far from Weez has been really good pace and really good patience. So I'm really interested to see how that counteracts and how that balances against each other, right? Because you have such prolific scorers on the Nets, such a great job, so you can just pass around and make it quick. But then you also have that size to deal with in the 76ers when you're going against them. So I'm really interested to see, 76ers can also really increase the pace. They have some great shooters there too. Of course, Joel Embiid, you're going to roll through them. But I mean, I really am interested to see the difference in styles, the difference in pace, patience versus pace versus stick moves versus, knowing the weaknesses versus taking advantage of an opponent's weaknesses.
Yeah, we're going to see that, what the matchups are. Obviously, Kyrie going to have to try to defend Ben Simmons. We didn't see many defensive swaps from Weez in our first match with them, but maybe that'll change in the finals. We're not entirely sure here as we wrap this up, but it'll definitely be a question mark, because this Brooklyn team will pull those bigs out of the paint. They'll make them move around. They'll make things difficult, and we've seen that Weez can hit the jumpers when they're open, and he's going to need to do that as well as stay in front of Pitt's Ben Simmons, who, even though we're talking about Joel Embiid, we got to remember Pitt dropped 20 points in that first game with Ben Simmons, had another double-digit performance with Ben Simmons in game number 2 of that first match we saw. So, we'll see how it goes in our finals with those two players as we come to our conclusion here. And it will be, Weez taking it over Tickle Tunes 59, new either 43, 45. Well, we'll see how the score ends up here, but it is Weez who gets to put an exclamation mark on the game there with the breakaway jam. There it is right there. Hey Weez will take the game and the set 2-0 with the Brooklyn
not
Nets.
letting you. Not letting Tickle Tunes get that even little petty little jumper, put it back up there, the points. But it's A-OK. We're moving on to the finals, and it's been such an exciting time. I'm interested to see what the finals are going to be looking like for our talent show too. So it's been such a great time and such a wonderful time with HBCU Heroes, again, sponsored by Intel. You can visit us at hbcuheroes.org for more information about what we are doing here. And, we're getting even closer to All-Star Weekend. I'm glad that we had this event during the lull. We're waiting a couple days for all the players to come in. It's in Atlanta, which is unfortunate for me because Atlanta is my hometown. It was right around the corner. But I heard, too, it was going to be in Indiana, which is your hometown. You're not by there, unfortunately, so you can't go. You couldn't have gone even if it was. You still rep. You couldn't have gone even if coronavirus wasn't a thing. But the All-Star Game seems like such a fun event to have in your city, all the rigmarole that happens around it. We had the Super Bowl here in Atlanta. I can only imagine what it would have been like if, there was not such a deadly pandemic happening, unfortunately, here during this time.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to have that damper thrown on things, but we're all doing our best trying to make it. We appreciate you all who are spending your time with us today, and we hope that you are safe at home. We hope that you are taking care of yourselves, staying healthy, keeping your minds and your body alert, because we're gonna make it through this whole thing. And we're trying to make the best out of it. Take the lemons and make lemonade out of them, right?
Yes.
And so we just want to say thank you to all of you here. We want to say thank you to our sponsors. But we do have our finals now. We know it's going to be Hey Weez, most likely going to be using Brooklyn, going up against Elijah Pitt and the Philadelphia 76ers. We know Elijah actually representing Philadelphia, actually from Philly. So we get to see a hometown hero repping his team there in the finals. That's going to be nice when we get to our finals match a little bit later on in the show. But before we get to all that, we are actually going to throw it back to our talent host, and we are going to continue on with the other portion of the HBCU Hero Showdown in this edition. We get back to that wonderful talent competition. Can't wait to see what else we got tonight.
All right. See you later.
That was amazing. Y'all know how to play 2K for real. Y'all know how to play 2K for real. But we're going to get back into our next contestant.
Yes, the next one is probably going to be one of my favorites.
You can't be.
We got Malik Hawkins from A&T.
Already know. Leak from the peak.
All right.
Chemists, I stay in the lab, forget about what they did, I'm on my own path. When they talking crazy, I sit back and laugh. They not even making more than my staff. Dunking on them like I'm Simmons, no rap. Chop along look like the neck of giraffe. I'm dripping water like I'm taking a bath. Took a trip to Turks, A, shout out to Nav. Y'all out here driving the boat, I just bought me a new yacht. They notice when I'm on the road, got a car and I chop off the top. I go to the club and throw bands, y'all out there doing the mop. Your girl said she loving my swag, and I just got on some new Crocs. Hey, look at the ice on my watch. Whatever you can do, I take it up a notch. I spent your check on my socks. They call me Brady cause I'm calling all the shots. They can't beat me, so they sit back and watch. Not gonna stop till I get to the top. I be looking at the bigger picture if a snake is in it.
All right.
All right, Leak. I see you, Leak.
Okay.
Already know. I love it.
It was the ukulele for me.
It was really good.
He was killing that.
And it was a little transition. It was a little transition.
Yeah, you got a little rhythm in you.
But you already know. Gotta get to the next contestant. This is a heavy hitter. Name is DJ 313 out of ASU. Let's get it.
To the crib, upstairs to the bed, girl, you gon' think, girl, you gon' think, girl, you gon' think, girl, you gon' think, when I pull back them sheets, and you climb on top of me, girl, you gon' think, girl, you gon' think, girl, you gon' think, girl, you gon' think, you gon' think I invented sex. You gon' think I invented sex.
There we go.
Okay.
There we go. That's what we like to see.
I'm liking the DJs. They doing the thing.
Hey, yo, the DJ stepped up for the competition. That just goes to show.
I like that.
HBCUs have soul.
They got the talent.
You already know. But you already know we're going to take a brief intermission, but we will be right back.
Stay tuned.
Already know.
Hope it never gets old. Such a lonely road, but it's all we know. It's that young adult fiction. Don't wanna fall victim to the ways of the world when they say it's all business. Keep your friends close. Some will fall distant when it's all said and done. You can start from the beginning. This that young adult fiction. Don't wanna fall victim to the ways of the world when they say it's all business. Keep your friends close. But some will fall distant when it's all said and done. You can start from the beginning again. Keep my head up high. Don't feel no doubt. I'm on my way now.
Every time I'm at the bat, boom.
Set up 1008.
For the shit is killer season.
Let's take him to the island.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The music just turns me on. The music just turns me on.
Cabin, somewhere in Aspen. Girl, ain't nothing to the pain, ain't tricking if you got it, what you asking for? Put you in a mansion, somewhere in Wisconsin. I can change the last name, what's happening? Cause you look so good. Tell me why you wanna work here.
Look
Put
for
you
me.
on the front page of King magazine, but you gon' get yourself hurt here.
Look for me.
Baby, I bought you in the back just to have
Look
a
for me.
conversation. Really think you need some ventilation.
Look for
Let's
me.
talk about you and me.
Look for me, young B, cruising down the west side highway, doing what we like to do. Wait, eyes behind shades, this necklace the reason all of my dates been blind dates. But today I got my Ferroist girl with me. I'm mashing the gas, she's grabbing the wheel. It's trippy how hard she rides with me. The new Bobby and Whitney. Only time we don't speak is during Sex in the City. She gets carry fever, but soon as the show's over, she's right back to being my soldier. Cause mommy's a rider and I'm a roller. Put us together, how they gon' stop both of us? Whatever she lacks, I'm right over her shoulder. When I'm off track, mommy is keeping me focused. So let's lock this down like it's supposed to be. The 03, Bonnie and Clyde, Hove and B. Holla, all I need. Me and my girlfriend, me and my girlfriend.
The music just turns me on.
Hey, how y'all doing? My name is Marco Edwards, junior mechanical engineering major from Tulsa, Oklahoma, going to the Southern University. And today I'm about to show y'all how I run my business, my own brand, my company, 4x4 Visions. So if you could come closer. So what I do is I make clothing, and I do it all from within my apartment complex. I got the vinyl machine that cuts the vinyl, cuts the designs that I made myself, and then I actually peel everything out. It'd be a little messy, but at the end of the day, we're gonna get it done. And then the last part is to press it so I can have it good on the shirt. Turn it around. Alright. And as you can see, come closer to the shirt. It's on there, and I messed up.
What?
So throw it back on the sneakers. Flying to Cuba for reefer. Landed in Paris on Monday. Saw that little bitch on the runway. She selling that pussy, said come pay. I said if she freaky, then come play. I buy you that flight, baby, one way. That nigga you with, he got chump shit. She fucking with me, that's a upgrade. I put some G's on my Jeep. I put some beams on my truck. I bought little baby a bag. That you that mean we gon' fuck. Swear I'm gon' need me a freak. In case I get down on my luck. I bet if I keep it a G, a nigga gon' always be up. I put some G's on my Jeep. I put some beans on my truck. I bought little baby a bag. Bet you that mean we gon' fuck. Swear I'm gon' need me a freak. In case I get down on my luck. But bet if I keep it a G, a nigga gon' always be up. Yeah. Fuck you mean I ain't a nice guy. Out the dirty with no lifeline. Daddy made it off them white lines. It's me or you and that's my type time. Coasting no in the pipeline. Don't cross us if you in the right mind. Ricky Javi and them bright signs. Yeah, that come up seemed overnight, huh? Baby acting like she know me. I've been winning on my lonely. I don't need no one console me. When you rich, you love phony. Sorry for you if you owe me. Havana turned into a Tony. Havana turned into a soldier. Fuck with a nigga, then you show me. I put some G's on my Jeep. I put some beams on my truck. I bought little baby a bag. You wanna do?
All right, welcome everyone back to the HBCU Heroes Showdown. I'm Eli the Curry, joined by Bordy McBoard, and here we've got our two finalists for our NBA 2K tournament. Going to be Elijah Pitt going up against Hey Weez. Want to say first of all, congratulations to both of you two making it to the finals. Congratulations to you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So I just want to ask y'all a little bit of questions about how you play 2K, just a little bit, and then we'll get into some lifestyle questions about the schools that y'all attend. Elijah, we'll start you off with this question here. Why do you pick the Philadelphia 76ers? What led you to make the decision to rock with them for the tournament tonight?
I usually go with the Lakers, but obviously when you play online, the rosters are updated. So Anthony Davis is actually hurt. So I figured it won't be smart to use them. But the 76ers are basically Lakers Junior. Like, they're built the same. So I figured I could still do the same things offensively and defensively if I pick the Sixers.
All right, makes a lot of sense. And then for you, Weeds, you've been rocking with Brooklyn the whole run. You've been gunning it up with that team. What led you to pick Brooklyn for your tournament run tonight?
I just like using KD.
Valid. Super valid.
There you go. No set. No set. So, all right, got a follow-up question about that. Basically, how much 2K would you say you play, over the course of a week or whatever? So you get down and practice, Pitt, you said you play the Lakers a lot. Do you play the game itself a lot, or how much would you say you play in a week?
As I got older, I usually don't even play, play now online against others. I usually play my career and run the rec or my park. So the first game before y'all started watching, I was actually kind of rusty, but as we went along, I started to get my feeling back. So.
Not playing rusty, so good job.
All right, Weez, and for you, how much 2K you say you play on average?
No, I don't even play 2K, but I play the game like 2 hours.
There you go. All right.
Okay.
All right.
So-
Well,
Oh yeah, so going to the HBCU questions because shout out to HBCU Heroes presented by Intel. I have to ask, what HBCUs do you guys attend?
I go to Dillard University. It's in New Orleans.
Okay.
Yeah.
Aries, where you go to?
I go to NCAT.
All right, why do you guys choose Dillard and NCAT?
I'm an athlete, so they recruited me to play basketball after my second year of junior college. So I had more options, but I wanted to go to HBCU because my freshman year I went to Morgan State, so I kind of had the experience already. So I just wanted that experience again because there's nothing like going to HBCU.
There is nothing like it. I'll ask you questions about lifestyle and everything like that too. But I see hoopers, playing hoopers. You can play hoop in real life and also virtually. What about you, Hayweez?
I came to NCAT because I played football and it was the best opportunity to play as a true freshman.
Oh yeah, definitely for sure. You guys' football team is cold, band's cold. Appreciate all the things that NCAT does. What's y'all favorite part about the HBCU? Elijah, you said there's nothing like it. Like, what is nothing like it? Like parties, the atmosphere, being with your people. What about it that you just love?
It's the culture. I mean, like just being around your own people. I went to a PWI for my junior college, so I kind of had the best of both worlds. And you can see the difference. Like, I don't want to get specifics, but you can see the difference in going to an HBCU and a PWI. So, I mean, just being around your own people, even being in class, like going to HBCU, my classmates helped me all the time. I probably wouldn't have passed most of my classes if it wasn't for my classmates. In the PWI, there's every man for themselves. Like,
all right, Hayweez, what about you?
I like the environment so far. I only been out here, but everything done been cool so far. I like the people.
Okay, all right, cool. So Corona's happening, so we can't get the full feel of the cool environment and everything. But Elijah, maybe you would know. So Eli and Hayweez haven't experienced the HBCU parties atmosphere, homecoming atmosphere. Elijah, have you experienced homecoming?
Yes, I experienced it here and at Morgan State. Yes.
And there's nothing like it, right?
Nothing like it.
There's nothing like it. And I know, Hayweez, you lucky that you're in NCAT because Jiho definitely off the hook. Jiho, I say, is second only to Spelman Morehouse. Shout out to them because I'm from Spelman. Shout out to them. No, but Jiho's great. Howard does a good thing. I love HBCU culture. I love everything that comes with it. Thank you guys so much for having this interview with us. I mean, Eli, you need anything else that you want to talk about?
Nah, man, I just wish both of y'all luck. I can't wait to see y'all get down and finish things out. I hope your shots fall, and I hope we have a great couple of games in our finals match.
Hey.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Well, I tell you what, that is something kind of interesting right there. We actually got cross-sport competition happening in our NBA 2K finals, right? We got a basketball player and a football player going up against each other in our finals. So shout-outs to those two for putting it together, making a run here, and getting to the championship game. I'm excited to see what they're going to do with the opportunity, how they're going to look to finish this off and get themselves that $500 prize money, that big, nice, juicy prize pot. You'd love to get it on a Wednesday or on Thursday. I'm lost.
On any day, sign me up for $500 if y'all have extra. Come on now. I mean, that jackpot would be wonderful for anybody in anybody's pocket. So I'm really looking forward to see what they did. And like you said, they both hoopers. So, whoever loses, it's okay because they can be like, okay, let's take it to court. One's a baller, one's a hooper. I'm sure, the baller knows how to hoop too. So, anything happens. Right, exactly.
All of it. Everybody on the football team got a jumper.
Right. everybody can make moves. Everybody got their own little like Allen Iverson cross up. Everybody got some. Everybody got some. I bet they all can dunk. So, we'll see what happens later on and who wins. I'm really looking forward to it. And I'm interested to see too. You would not believe that Elijah just like picked it up, or that Hey Weez just is like, he doesn't really like, play with that much. So, it's interesting to see both of them like do so well, with light work, because they ain't even like practicing, like Allen Iverson, what's practice? It's not a game. Practice. Right. Practice. Not a game. Practice.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, you mentioned that with Elijah making the adjustment. Said he couldn't really go with the Lakers like he wanted to. Felt like with AD out, it wouldn't be worth it. So he made the adjustment, and obviously, when you just got loyalty to the killer right there, KD, like Weez does, he's doing a lot of work. So it's going to be really interesting to see those two play styles clash and what happens. I believe we're actually gearing up for that. We will have that championship game happening in a short amount of time. So thank you once again to everybody who's been tuning in, who's been sticking with us. As you see the bracket, the run that those two have had, both of them winning their semifinal matches 2-0, going away as well. So neither of them has really had, that close clutch situations. It's been pulled going away for them in their matches. And we'll see if the finals go like that for them.
Interesting to see, like, when the pressure's on, that's when people make mistakes, or that's when people smart up and they know how to adjust. Like you said, it's about adjustments, back and forth, chess match. Let's see, as we're getting ready to see who's picking what. Of course, they have the 76ers and the Nets on down. And wow, really interested to see with the length versus the scoring, how that works out. But Philadelphia has its own scoring. And as we see with tip-off right here, getting ready to start, DeAndre Jordan, Joel Embiid, and DeAndre Jordan wins the tip right here. Hey, Weez, with the opening, wide open dunk down the lane. Elijah immediately has to go and adjust everything that he's seeing, because he doesn't like all the matchups. And we, like I was saying before, substitutions are super crucial during this moment.
Yeah, and I agree with that. You saw that. Basically, make sure you get your settings set up here. We are in the championship series. It's still best 2 out of 3. So, every possession matters. Trying to get the buckets here, as we see Elijah there, a little bit of a slowdown there, and unfortunately misses an opportunity for that layup. So instead gets fouled there and has to set up again from the top of the key now. As you see Weez looking at letting the AI work that off-ball defense. At least it is open 3 in the corner, but it doesn't go. Weez is able to get the rebound, and now he's going to look to get into open court. You see KD wide open here. There's a rotational defense leads through it, but that is a block shot there. Nice defense there by Danny Green. So he gets it out of bounds.
Good defense, and we're already seeing a level of patience and not making those rush. When you're passing inside the lane, where you're passing in the paint, it can be very tempting to just, you see somebody open, just pass it. But that's how you make stupid turnovers. I'm loving that post work. Oh, unfortunately, all those moves, but not a finish right there. But I'm really liking the patience that we're seeing from all these players. I really am intrigued as we get a steal right here. Kyrie getting a nice, easy layup right here. I'm really interested to see what the turnover situation is like at the end of this day, because that's going to determine who wins this thing.
Yeah, it's all about possession. You've got to keep yourself open and let yourself have opportunities. As we see, again, defense doing the work here for Weez. He's going to get KD out into the open floor, and he's going to get another layup. A quick 6-0 lead now for Weez.
And that's what it's about. It's about taking advantage of opportunities, not playing too fast, but knowing what to do. And even though he hasn't gotten the points on the board, I still like the pace in which that nice dunk that you see right there. I'm liking the pace from Elijah right there. So we'll see. It's the first couple minutes. You're not going to see everything that you see. Nice steal that you got right here. And you're seeing the tide shift as we see a nice, block right there. All right. Okay.
I see the defense now on both sides as we see Weez set up again here. He's got this mismatch here. DeAndre Jordan going to work but he can't get the shot off. Doesn't like it. Resets out to KD in the corner. This is going to be a contested layup, and it's off.
Ooh. Man,
they've
been doing some really good jobs right there, making sure not to get easy points in the paint. Unfortunately, they got that easy points, and the easy points almost right back, but good blocking. I mean, besides that last layup that we saw right there, we've been seeing some good discipline, not letting easy shots happen. But I would take the jumpers if I was Elijah. Take those easy jumpers. I think that was Seth. I'm having some difficulties viewing. But I believe that was Seth with a wide open shot for 2. I would take that. He's definitely capable of making that at a consistent rate. So I would take that.
Yeah, but you're trying to get high value out of your shots, right? It's not just about whether or not you can get the open shot, but whether you can get the best shot.
Mm-hmm.
And that's been the way Pitt has played a lot of these matches before. But now with him falling behind, and you see there the alley-oop attempt going awry, it's going to need to be a little bit more conservative and just kind of find what he can here. He may face being blown out as Weeze gets another layup, goes up 10-4. You see Pitt here getting another situation get open here, but the icon passing not there, and you don't want to drop that off to Howard here. So I see this pick and roll here, this substitution, but look at KD on the defense.
And see, but patience is nice and dandy, but when you're going against such a fast team, you can't afford to always necessarily get the most perfect shot. So I like being patient, trying to find the best shot, but that's a nice easy jumper right there that you're getting, and those are the things that I like to see. Yes, it's a deep 2, so not the most efficient, but you need to get the points on the board if you're playing with all of these scores. As there's a rebound right there. I believe that's Ben Simmons. It's hard to kind of see from my end, working it down the floor. All right, a nice open jumper right there. Don't be afraid to get points wherever they're available.
Yeah, this is good movement here. As we see, oh, wow, look at that last second shot. You see the reaction from both of the players as Weeze gets that shot clock cheese at the end on the elbow.
Yeah, shot clock cheese.
There you go right there. So that's a great shot for Weeze here heading into the second quarter. He drills it, gives himself a 7-point lead. Now, this is the biggest deficit that Elijah's had to deal with in this tournament run. So, he's going to have to figure out what he's going to do, how he's going to manage this offensive pace to make up a 7-point deficit.
But from Elijah, I don't see a panic player. So I don't necessarily think I'm going to see a lot of unforced, unconventional errors. I think he'll still play with a nice pace. Ooh, but there you go. Maybe I jinxed it. The announcer jinxed, as there's a wide open layup right there. Maybe I should stop talking because I'm kind of not working in the favor here.
Yeah, there was an unfortunate pass again as we see the situation here for Elijah. He's trying to develop the offense here, use that drive and kick, but you see the size on Ben Simmons. He's not being guarded by Kyrie Irving. That's making things a little bit more difficult. I like that from Weeze. He's got Jeff Green on Ben Simmons, and it's making it hard for Elijah, star player, to move and work in space, and it's leading to good things as he gets another open jumper and opens up this lead now to double digits. As you see right now, it's Harden on Simmons. This is the alley-oop, though, and there it is to Joel Embiid.
Finally, a successful alley-oop after trying to squeeze that in for a while. Finally, the AI and the computer not blocking that shot for you. Wide open shot for James Harden. You cannot afford those because that's how this deficit inflates even more, especially with all these offensive rebounds by DeAndre Jordan. A drive down the lane right here. Ooh, a score. So, being patient, getting those offensive rebounds. I need to see more perimeter play from Elijah, I believe.
Well, he's down now by enough that you definitely going to feel the pressure to try to get more threes, to try to get more points every time down the court. But it's important to score here as we see the shot there. It's open enough, but it was a late release. Thankfully, we see, I believe that's Tobias Harris, able to get the rebound. And get the putback here as we see now pushing the pace again is Weeze, but this time it gets shut down. There's a block here, but nobody's there to get the rebound. And so we're going to set up again here with KD trying to try to run that play, but it goes to Jeff Green, and he's shut off in the paint. So this is the defensive stops that Pitt needs here to get himself back into it. He's going to get this open jumper with Danny Green. No, he's off. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Danny Green, as inconsistent as they come. We all know what would have happened if the Lakers would have lost against the Heat. He would have had all that talk up to him. But it's okay. It's okay. It's not that far of a deficit, 9 points, but trying to reconsider. I like the fact that the last shot that he took, it was a 3, unfortunately didn't go down, but you got that rebound, and that rebound allowed you to get some points. You had somebody open in the perimeter there. Maybe don't try to force the issue down there in the paint. As we see, trying to force an issue in the paint with KD did not get it to go. So a lot of good paint defensive play that we're seeing from both of these competitors.
Yeah, and I like that foul there by Weeze. He took that to shut down the momentum, allow himself to get reset, let his defense set up here, and now it's going to cause these substitutions. Put the second units in to finish up most of the second quarter, as we see Pitt taking a deep 3 from the corner. That doesn't go on the elbow, and now Weeze gets a chance here to get KD out, and there's the dunk, but I think that's a charge. Yeah, it is. Smart defense there to get that charge.
You don't see a lot of charges in 2K, and I love the fact that they actually made it work, because it's excellent when you see execution. That dude really does know how to play basketball. We're getting charges in 2K, as we see.
Yeah, you got to do it sometimes though. You can't just go attribute to attribute, especially when you got your second unit in. You got to make smarter plays to keep them in the game. See if you can get the lead to go down, as we get D. Howard missing the layup there. That's very unfortunate. And then on the other end, Weeze is going to get the layup here, and that's a very frustrating swing for Elijah. But he's got to just, kind of settle down here. You're going to struggle with the ratings when you've got your bench players going up against starters.
And you know what? Trying to make substitutions is nice. Maybe, eventually try to resubstitute back some of those starters back in. But it's the end of the quarter. Unfortunately, his starters will be much fresher than Weeze's. As we head to halftime, it is a 13-point game. What did you see that you really liked from Weeze?
Well, his offense just maintained it. He just maintained his pace. It was not as frantic as his semifinal match, but that's because we know Elijah is a bit more conservative on offense. But Weeze is still looking for his shots. He's still pushing to the corner. And defensively, he's still making good decisions there. You see shading the alley-oop and contesting just enough. He's leading to these fast break plays and making his time, getting these buckets.
Yes.
And now he's pushed out to a 15-point lead.
And it's seeming that Elijah's bread and butter is the alley-oop, and because Weeze is doing such a good job at defending it, it's allowing for some easy points. We're seeing a pick and roll right here. Ooh, out of bounds, and that is that going the other way? That is going the other way, unfortunately. Weeze with the ball, driving down the paint, wide open lane. Oh my gosh, couldn't get any easier than that. Elijah immediately had to make some adjustments, because man, that was wide open. As wide open as I don't know if you saw the Cavaliers versus the Hawks.
Actually, no, I did not get to I did not get to see that. I'm sorry.
It's okay. All you need to know is that the Hawks were winning, and there was a wide open blown layup with 3 seconds left in the lane, and that's how Lloyd Pierce got fired for the Hawks. It was very sad to see. But a nice little, it looked like floater right there, unfortunately did not go down, and that allows a fast break opportunity. No alley-oop for you. And
but there's another foul there from Weeze.
Very smart. Super smart to do that foul.
He's shutting down those fast break opportunities. That's what we saw a lot of those for Elijah earlier in the semifinal game that he had. He was getting out on the break a lot, getting Ben Simmons out in space to get those dunks and get those finishes. It's harder to get here with Weeze's defensive decisions. As we see right there, he shuts down another fast break opportunity as James Harden steps in and knocks the ball out of his hands. That's a lot like how James Harden plays defense in real life.
Who says that the Nets can't play defense? That's not what 2K is saying right now. Good job with a good block. Good job breaking up the alley-oops and just the passing lanes in general, making sure that you're not getting those passes to easy points. And I'm loving to see that. Ooh, nice little pass right there. Some good footwork. I love the post moves that I'm seeing from Hayweez. Unfortunately, did not get the bucket. Pushing it upfield. Let's see. Ooh, did not get the shot right here. So it's going the other way. Hayweez with the ball with KD, his favorite player, making a dunk. So easy, so smooth.
Yeah, and you can see just in the stat difference, not only the shots made, obviously there's a big difference there, but it's also in the shot attempts that they've had. Elijah's had a harder time getting himself open and getting opportunities for shots. And the ones that he has gotten, just like here, they haven't fallen. It's been a story of opportunities taken and missed, whereas for Weez, there's been a lot of breakaway dunks, a lot of those delayed paint moves to get open layups for KD or for James Harden. And on the other end, it hasn't been open for Pitt. And you see what happens when that does. It goes off and we start the sequence all over again.
It reminds me so much about Hayweez versus Tickle Tunes, especially when Tickle Tunes went to the Milwaukee Bucks. As he gets an easy dunk right there, no problem. Double teamed, and unfortunately, Weedside was wide open. Ooh, dangerous pass, threaded the needle right there, is able to kick it back out to a much safer position. Trying to drive down the lane, gets the difficult layup. All right, so scoring some points, but you're seeing a quiet game from Ben Simmons. And that's how Elijah ate those past couple of games. Well, now since you don't have Ben Simmons making and scoring those points, it becomes that much harder.
Yeah, and there's no rush now for Weez. Let the time go down here. As you see, DeAndre Jordan's not really going to make that jumper from far away, but the longer you take for this, the more time you drain off on the clock. You know that Elijah's got to make up the difference, and he tries there, but it's just off. And that's been the problem for him all in this third quarter. The seal on the bucket has just allowed Weez to push this lead out and force Pitt to take those threes that haven't fallen and have caused them to fall behind in game number one.
When it rains, it pours, and my goodness, none of the shots are going down. Unfortunately, too, getting a steal and a shot the other way. Hayweez is on a roll and cannot be stopped. Tried to get the inbound pass, didn't do it, didn't get the half-court shot, and we are going into the third in a blowout. It is a 13-point game? Am I
that's a 23-point lead there.
Game. Look at you, math. 23-point game. And unfortunately, it's looking like this is going to be a very hard lead to come by with. But it's okay. This is a good time to understand the strategy as James Harden gets a wide open dunk right down the lane. It's a good time to reevaluate what adjustments that you need to do in order to take with you to the next match.
Yeah, and the problem for Elijah, I think, is obviously he mentioned this. He doesn't get to pick the team that he normally runs with. So he's making all kinds of adjustments just in the basic offense, right? This isn't LeBron James to Anthony Davis the way that he would prefer it. So his outside shooting is taking a hit for that. And the releases for the shooters that you've got on the wings are a little bit different. And I think that's really hurting him in game number one. But you got to shrug it off. You got to be ready to come back. You get the chance, like you mentioned, take those shots with those shooters now. Get those reps in while you can, like you see here, because the closer you can get to that rhythm, the better off you'll be for game number two. And really for, Elijah, that's his strategy, is to make sure you're ready for game number two so you can try to perform better and then push this to a third and final game.
Because you can't control the fact that shots aren't going down, but if you keep on shooting, I'm very sure that shots will eventually start to go in your favor, especially get a nice fresh start. A fresh game, you start to make one, it starts to pour on. Ooh, you won't win with wild layups like that. So unfortunately, no good right there. Tries to go down the lane with Harden. I'm not with Harden, I'm sorry, that's Kyrie. Kicks it to Harden. Harden going down the lane, and unfortunately doesn't get that nice easy layup. Going down the other way, down the floor is Elijah, trying to make it happen with Ben Simmons. A spin move right there, does not get the shot. KD with the ball, driving, kicks it back out. Is that Harden? Is it? I can't tell.
That was Jeff Green.
That was Jeff Green. It's a little blurry. It's a little blurry on my screen. I can't see it, but Jeff Green unfortunately did not get the shot. and Tobias Harris to the line.
Yeah, I think just Weeze is not going to rush this. Obviously, he's basically going to be able to coach to game number 1. For Elijah, it's just about shaking off the frustration and, like you said, paying attention to the way the offense is being run, so he can start using defense to create offense in game number 2. Because I think that's really where he's going to look to excel. Because in the half-court sets, things just haven't gone well. His AIs are kind of running towards the paint, and DeAndre Jordan, Kevin Durant, they're making things really hard there. You see even Jeff Green able to get the contest and the rebound. So it's going to need to be a lot of open shot making for Elijah if he's going to win game number 2. And in order to get that, I think he really can look to the defense to set him up and get him open buckets.
All right, Tobias Harris with a nice green shot right there, as it's looking like, a runaway game, but it's okay to regroup. So while we're waiting for the next game to start, let's talk about some actually some general esports action. I heard from a fly on the wall that my co-host Eli the Curry actually was in a tournament semifinal. So shout out to him and congratulations for making it to the semifinal. I mean, hey man, is Street Fighter the name of your game?
Yeah.
Want to tell the audience a little bit about that?
Well, I compete. I'm a gamer. This is how I came to know our wonderful crew who brought us in to do the Showdown. So I've been entering tournaments for fighting games for 7 years now, and I like to think I've gotten pretty good. I can do all right sometimes. So last night I had a tournament. I finished second, which I was a little bummed about, but you do your best and you try again next time.
Hey man, second for esports competition, especially in the fighting game community. I know the fighting game community is it's actually one of the original, I feel, esports communities, the most longest lasting, because competitions have happened for such a long time and there's such legends in that esports realm. So the fact that you made second in a tournament is props enough to shout out, and that's why I had to shout you out, because you're actually doing things right there, man.
I appreciate you bringing that up, man. I hope one day it's you and me. We get to commentate. Maybe a fighting game tournament. Maybe we can have some Street Fighter or some Tekken for HBCU heroes. But we just gonna celebrate them for everything they're doing here.
Yes.
As we get to the end of game number 1.
Yes. As we get to the end of game number 1, a couple seconds left on the floor. KD with a nice shot down the lane. And, interested to see what else this All-Star Weekend has for us as well. The Celebrity All-Star Game is actually a thing that's happening. We have HBCU own 2 Chainz going to be in the game. So shout out to 2 Chainz. I also have to shout him out. I believe he actually played ball at Alabama State. So have to shout him out, because he might win that MVP for everyone.
He might just do it for the HBCUs. That would be nice to see.
It would be nice to see. As we head to the second game of our matchup, what did you love about what we just saw from Weeze?
Well, it's the consistency factor. He doesn't rush. He doesn't play different, in a rush and try to jump out to the lead. He takes things as they come. And his defense has actually been really solid in shutting down Elijah's options. And that really is why he was able to get out to the big lead and cause that blowout. So you got to say that defense leading to offense is definitely his strongest suit in game number 1. He's going to look to make it happen again in game number 2.
And it feels like it's paradoxical, right? You're saying the Nets, you won off the heels of the defense to lead to the offense and not the other way around. Well, when you're good at the 6, you're good at adjustments, and you can really keep and neutralize your opponent's efforts to take advantage of what you're doing. That's how you get those easy baskets and those easy points. Elijah kept on trying to force those alley-oops, didn't get the connections that he was looking for, didn't kick it back out, was a little bit too conservative. So I'm hoping that he drops that conservatism with him and actually allows him, there's some really good shooters in Philadelphia. You have Seth, you have Tobias, Joel can kind of hit it too. So you have some options. So kick it out there. Don't be afraid, Ben Simmons can pass. So, let it happen.
we'll see how the adjustments come, but we're going to give those players a break, give them some time to settle down here. We know Weez is looking to go to championship point and win it. For Elijah, he's got to scramble back and get game number 2 to try to force it to a final game. But before any of that happens, we're going to go to an intermission. We're going to take a break before we finish off our finals match here at the HBCU Hero Showdown.
I try to build you up, but you won't let me down. I try to change the mood, but you made me to a clown. I try to help you understand there's more to it than just cutting, but instead I got played, took advantage of my fate. Oh, I can't believe this would happen to me. I thought I fell in love with a hottie, but instead I fell in love with a thottie. Oh, I can't believe this would happen to me. I thought I caught a feeling for a hottie, but instead I fell in love with a thottie.
I keep on falling in love with you. Sometimes I love you, sometimes you make me blue. Sometimes I feel good, at times I feel used. Loving you, darling, makes me so confused. I keep on falling in and out of love with you. I never loved someone the way that I'm loving you. I never felt this way. How do you give me so much pleasure? Cause me so much pain. Just when I think I'm taking more than would a fool, I start falling back in love with you. I keep on falling in and out of love with you. I never loved someone the way that I love you.
You know I love it, girl. You know I love it. You know I love it. I know you're right. I might just die tonight. You know I'm still coming through, baby. I know it's bad for me. Tastes so sweet, girl. I think I need your abuse, baby. Girl, you do damage to me. I love it, yeah, I love you. Ain't nothing better for me now. Girl, you do damage to me. I love it.
Head's getting cold, losing feelings, got no words I made from a broken boat. Hurt I can't shake, we've made every mistake. Only you know the way that I break. If teardrops could be bottled, there'd be swimming pools filled by models. Told that tight dress is what makes you a whole. If I love you was a promise, what you
The music just turns me on.
Somewhere in Aspen. Girl, ain't nothing to the pain, ain't tricking if you got it, what you asking for? Put you in a mansion, somewhere in Wisconsin. I can change the last name, what's happening? Cause you look so good. Tell me why you wanna work here.
Look
Put
for
you
me.
on the front page of King magazine, but you gon' get yourself hurt here.
Look for me.
Baby, I brought you in the back just to have
Look
a
for me.
conversation. Really think you need some ventilation.
Look for
Let's
me.
talk about you and me.
Look for me, young B, cruising down the west side highway, doing what we like to do. Eyes behind shades, this necklace the reason all of my dates been blind dates. But today I got my Ferroist girl with me. I'm mashing the gas, she's grabbing the wheel. It's trippy how hard she rides with me. The new Bobby and Whitney. Only time we don't speak is during Sex in the City. She gets carry fever, but soon as the show's over, she's right back to being my soldier. Cause mommy's a rider and I'm a roller. Put us together, how they gon' stop both of us? Whatever she lacks, I'm right over her shoulder. When I'm off track, mommy is keeping me focused. So let's lock this down like it's supposed to be. The 03, Bonnie and Clyde, Hove and B. Holla, all I need. Me and my girlfriend, me and my girlfriend.
The music just turns me on.
I stay in the lab, forget about what day that I'm on my own path. When they talking crazy, I sit back and laugh. They not even making more than my staff. Dunking on them like I'm Simmons, no rap. Chop along look like the neck of giraffe. I'm dripping water like I'm taking a bath. Took a trip to Turks, A, shout out to Nav. Y'all out here driving the boat, I just bought me a new yacht. They notice when I'm on the road, got a car and I chop off the top. I go to the club and throw bands, y'all out there doing the mop. Your girl said she loving my swag, and I just got on some new Crocs. Hey, look at the ice on my watch. Whatever you can do, I take it up a notch. I spent your check on my socks. They call me Brady cause I'm calling all the shots. They can't beat me, so they sit back and watch. Not gonna stop till I get to the top. I be looking at the bigger picture.
All right, welcome back, you guys. I am sadly here by myself because my co-host Mikey had to step out. He is about to shoot a podcast video with Victor from The Voice. Victor is not only a senior at A&T, but he's also Mr. A&T. So let's make sure you guys give him lots of love and energy while he is on this journey with The Voice. But we're still going to kick things in with the talent show. Still lots of good talent. We have like 2 more contestants, but I know they're going to bring the heat. Next, we have a junior from Howard University, Miss Lauren Smith. Let's get it.
Good evening, everyone. Hello, my name is Lauren Smith. I am currently a junior BFA musical theater major, sociology minor from Howard University, and I am as well the PR associate for the Howard Players organization. We are so grateful to partner with you all tonight, and in addition, I will be reading a self-written poem entitled Size Up. Sometimes I wish I dreamt smaller. But this blessing that I know is ambition has cursed me to want more. I want what I don't have, meaning I can never have enough. I want to have enough, but I don't know what that is. As water dreams grow larger, its shadow leaves us in the dark. The bait that is eternal sleep may be constant dreaming, But the looming darkness is only so enticing because it found us here in the first place. Do I live in the casted shadow or create my own? I dream of being... What I am isn't enough today. So I look towards tomorrow for a cool day in the shadow. Sometimes I wish I dreamt smaller, but then life wouldn't be worth living. Thank you all for this opportunity once again. Have a wonderful rest of your night.
All right, Miss Lauren Smith, that was amazing. And next we have our last contestant for the talent show. I don't want it to be over. Everyone has been so great, has so many great talents. Our next contestant is Mr. Michael Cartwright from North Carolina A&T State University. Let's go, Michael.
Bust it wide open cause the bus got a ticket to talking. If you ain't with the most valuable person smoking. Outside clothes so dirty like we opponents. A pillow for sleeping over Mike saying touch your toes. That little finger don't make it no better. I'm a big speaker. If she say something, it's gonna be wet in a dress. I digress, she digests. Too major for the BS. Keep that PS5, ain't no V-Bucks in my chest. I'm TSA to Dallas. PSA I'm valid. In valet took a break so rappers complain traffic from the bottom. Since the baby she been showing up. Life is cracking. When she leave me, she don't want no Caesar salad. Cause she thick. What's her banks too dead? Yeah, it's sitting. This up ain't it? Yeah, while it touch down in my city. I pick up, I kill it, that pickup ain't rented, and then it's just a ride that I'm pimping. Bentley or the Benzie, keep it Benji. You envy, you go stay empty. And who I hungry plenty, she ain't no dime if we ain't spending. If we wasting time, it's a block that needs spinning. Mike's way, keep it street, yeah, they know who MVP is. I fool with those who don't fool with clothes, just to lead them. She a fully yo, thinking I'ma put her in the game, but she know dang well that this bitch give her a reason to bust it.
Okay. Michael got the heat. He came out the door legendary on his shirt. He got it. All right, guys, I'm about to go ahead and give it back to the shoutcasters.
Oh, I am seeing those bars on bars on bars on bars, man. I feel like we're in a candy store because I'm loving what I'm seeing from that. I love that, and I also love the lovely poem. You know, it's the HBCU event if you have some slam poetry somewhere in the middle of that. So shout out to those wonderful two talented people. And now, Eli, we are coming to what could be the final game, or quite possibly could be the second to last game of this wonderful event. Are you excited?
Yes, I am. It has been a great tournament. We've been having some great matches all day long, but now we are getting to the point where it's time to make it or break it here. Hey Weez is on championship point. He took game number 1 with a decisive victory over Elijah Pitt's Philadelphia 76ers. And now we're going to see how, going into game number 2, Elijah's going to try to adjust to see what he can do about this Brooklyn Nets offense and how he can try to manage to get some points against that defense, which was stifling, really shut him down and made him struggle the entirety of the second half and allowed Weez to jump out to that massive lead.
I'm really hoping that Elijah sees that he was being way too conservative with the ball and decides to take a page from Hey Weez and learns to pass that ball. Don't be Kobe on the court, man. Go ahead. Use that X button. Go ahead. Pass it out. Be like Magic. Woo, woo, woo. All over the place now. Because if you do that, you set yourself up to where you can get those points in bunches, and that's what he really needs. I liked his process. I liked the slow pace. I don't think that he made a ton of mistakes initially. It was the fact that he wasn't really getting on those opportunities that were wide open before. And also sometimes too, it's just the luck of the draw. Hopefully he gets more greens and more shots to fall for the shots that are open.
Yep, exactly. You got to get those shot timings down. You got to get those green releases in order to maximize your perimeter players' chances, cause your your value system to go up. So when you get into the paint, the opponent is less likely to help off, and that'll make the drives easier for Ben Simmons. That'll make the inside shots easier for Joel Embiid, and it's just a whole, cyclical effect. One thing impacts another, just like what we do impacts the HBCU students and the work that we are doing here to try to bring attention to the gamers and the ballers at HBCUs all around this wonderful country. It's going to play out like that as we see now the two players who are loaded in They're getting ready to begin game number 2. Zitlow's in here. Haywee's looking to cap off an undefeated performance. If he's able to get this victory here, he will take it 2-0. And we see Elijah Pitt going to switch off of Philadelphia and is moving to the Los Angeles Clippers. So this is a brand new team. We haven't seen them a single time in this tournament.
So we'll see that. I like the fact because he's so superstar oriented. I kind of like that move because, you know, you have Kawhi, you have Paul George, and they are the heart and soul of the scoring offense for this team. So I really like the fact, you know, he likes to stick with his players and stick with his star talent. I think this is a good move that could end up benefiting from. But if Hayweez keeps on getting those buckets, it doesn't matter. You see how Hayweez has on that hoodie? You know who also does really good in hoodies? Melo. And you know what happens when Melo's in a hoodie? Buckets. And you know what Hayweez is planning on getting? Buckets. Let's see. Does he get this bucket right here? Oh, he doesn't. I jinxed him. But hey, I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, it's looking good right now for Weez. He's keeping that same style. That consistency is there. He's gotten now 3 open shots to start out the game, even though 2 of them go off, and you see that putback attempt doesn't fall. Those are all quality shots for him. They're just not falling here. Whereas for Pitt, it's been some good shots, but, you know, you're getting shots from Serge Ibaka, and you're looking at looks like this for Kawhi Leonard that aren't great. And I think that's really been the issue here is for Elijah Pitt. He's getting open shots, but they're out on the elbows. They're those hardest 3-point shots to make, and they're not with the 3-point shooters on his team. So he's going to need to use this defense and actually create these strong situations. As you see right now, Paul George getting that jumper there. But there's Patrick Beverly letting the folks down there on the wing there, missing that jumper. That is a tough miss. As we see, Wee's going to make some substitution setups, get his sliders moved over, and there's James Harden getting to the bucket. Wee's now going up 4-0 here as we are almost under 2 minutes here in the first quarter.
Okay, so you know, much slower like we saw in the last game with Hayweez, you know, big scoring in the first part. Now it's slowed down. People know and understand what their players are trying to do and understands. I see Hayweez though still trying to be aggressive and go for defensive plays. You saw that right there. Tried to go for an inbound play. I saw another play trying to get in those passing lanes. So really there's an emphasis on making sure that he's creating those turnovers and keeping with that good defense, like you said, to create that offense. Ooh, great defense right there. Very contested shot on Batum, as there's a shot right there. Oh, it does not go. Double 2 people to shoot over in the lane right there, in the paint right there for James Harden, as Kawhi Leonard has the ball on Kyrie Irving. I like this matchup. Let's see what he does. Tries to get in the post, tries to pass out, unfortunately passes into the thigh of the defender, and going to the free throw line is Hayweez with Kevin Durant.
Yeah, and you see that off-ball defense there from Hayweez. He's letting the AI handle a lot of the on-ball duties, and then he's sliding over with the Kevin Durant or with the DeAndre Jordan to cut off that passing lane and make it difficult for Elijah to move the ball once he gets it into a good spot. And now with these substitutions coming in for Elijah Pitt, you see you got Lou Williams. It's a much better shooter than Patrick Beverly. Nice passing, though, there. Drops the ball off here on the inside. That's going to lead to a nice layup for Elijah Pitt. That's the offense he really hasn't gotten a lot of here as James Harden gets himself to the line again. Wee's taking no time after the inbound play. You know, when he gets scored on, Weez doesn't rush, but he definitely gets out in a hurry, pushes the pace, and you see how he's able to get those points right back after Elijah Pitt was able to get that easy bucket.
I would love if Elijah took advantage of Heese's haste and tried to create mistakes from him trying to pick up the pace so much, because I feel like there are plays out there if you get into the lane. Good offensive rebound. Let's see what's happening right here. Fast break opportunity. Oh, dances, kicks it to Kyrie for the 3. Doesn't get it down. And a rebound right there for the LA Clippers as he tries to kick it back out for Pat Bev, and Paul George doing a jab step on him right there by the baseline. Nice little screen.
Yeah, there's not been a lot of offensive playmaking happening for Paul George so far from Elijah Pitt. You see right now he's going to be getting a rush shot off here, which Serge Ibaka is not able to down. So It's been some tough shooting here for the, supporting role players here for Elijah Pitt. As we see now, get into the basket is Hayes, and he's going to get another layup here for Kyrie. And now we'll be up by 7 right now in this last possession. Elijah Pitt definitely needs to find some points somewhere, but he has not had a lot of work to get done as another shot goes off the rim here. A very frustrating first quarter for Elijah Pitt, who found more than enough open shots, it felt like, to stay in the game, but they just are not falling for him as he is down 7 to end the first.
And you see, I think it's funny because I feel like Clippers are a superstar dependent team, so you want your superstars to be making those crucial buckets. But you're seeing him pass off Elijah to the other players, and they're not hitting shots, but they're not known for being shooters. If he had used that strategy with the 76ers, I feel like he would have gotten much better success. But unfortunately, because the Clippers don't have, defensively, all those players are very good. But, Nick Batum, Patrick Beverly, you really want to see Paul George and Kawhi Leonard be the primary scorers. Serge Ibaka can hit, but you really want it to be those two. So we'll see as that strategy changes and we see that bucket right there layup and see if we can get this score rolling. It's only a 5-point game.
Yeah, and that time it was a little bit of chaos leading to something good there, an easy layup for Nicholas Batum. And so now for Elijah, defensively, I think he's been all right? We see that shot there for Weeds. That's getting open with James Harden. He's going to do that from time to time. But only 4 from 11 for the field is Weeds. On the other end, Elijah Pitt had gotten just as many shots up. Now he doesn't get a shot here on the defensive end, but Weeds with a quick catch or a quick release there from KD doesn't get it to go down. If you're Pitt now, you need this open 3 to go. That's Kawhi Leonard. That's one of your stars, but it goes off again. And that poor shooting is just killing Elijah here in this finals as he has not been able to get anything going from the perimeter.
When it rains, it pours, and you're seeing wide open shots just consistently not go down and not go down and not go down. And before, Serge Ibaka, it makes sense. But Kawhi Leonard, that's something you really don't want to see as you have Paul George with the ball trying to set up a nice pick and roll, right here with Serge. All right, off the ball, I like that move. A nice easy jumper for Paul George. Paul George and realize is having a good time. Look at the claw, snatch that right up out the air and trying to kick it back around to a nice Paul George right there. Foot on the line, didn't quite get it, but I like that. Paul George is playing very well in real life, and I hope to see him do very well in this game as well, because that'll mean likely a W.
Oh man, but there's a frustrating turnover there. That was an advantageous situation if he had been able to get the ball across the half court line. Instead, the turnover leads to an easy dunk for Weiss to push the lead back out to 9, and now force Elijah to set up again, which he's been able to do pretty well with Paul George on the ball here. You see Kyrie, the primary defender. He's going to get pushed around. It's going to lead to this rotation situation here. But Weiss shuts it down again. A good rotation here to shut it down, and that's a forced shot at the end of the shot clock. Low chance of that going in, and nobody there to rebound.
Nobody there to rebound, but nobody there to go to because there was help everywhere. I feel like it was a little bit clogged, but either way, it was just great recovery defense, help defense all over the court. Players were right next to each other to help the other defender and to make sure that he couldn't drive down the lane. You couldn't get easy points, and there were no wide open lanes. I think that's phenomenal defense by Hayes, and he's proving that he's not only good at snatching bad passes in the lanes, but also good in general at making sure that you're not going to score on him very easily.
Yeah, there's the rotations not coming through for Hayes. As this time it's a much steadier pace from Elijah Pitt, and I like the turn up and speed there as this time Harden gets to the basket but is not called for the foul. And now Pitt getting an opportunity here back into the paint again, a layup. This time it's contested, though. You see the difference in the momentum when they stop up like that and they're full-bodied on the layup attempt. That is very unlikely to go down unless you're looking at a superstar player or you get a green release. As a frustrating defensive situation there for Elijah. He gets the ball to be missed off the side, but the rebound is there for DeAndre Jordan. And now Pitt trying to get himself back under a double-digit deficit here, down by 11 here with the secondary team in. We've seen Hayes keep the starters in to finish off the halftime, trusting that that boost going from the second to third quarter to the stamina to make up the difference. As we see KD working in the paint there, gets the open layup. Again, the momentum of Luke Kennard sends him trailing off, and it is looking very comfortable for Hayes in this first half.
And there's something interesting that I really want you to pay attention with. Unfortunately, he was not able to get that as Lou Will gets that and one right there. But in other defense possessions that you see from Hayes, when he goes for the inbound steals, he makes sure to also recover from that as quickly as possible to make sure that he's defending the lane, because that's exactly where players want to attack. If there's one extra defender, if there's a missing defender, for your team. So that's smart strategy for Hayes. I really love that defense that he plays. Last second shot, it is no good, and we are going to halftime. It is a 10-point game, but I am telling you what, it feels like Hayes has firm control over this game.
Yeah, he's looked dominant this entire time. He's never been behind, and now is looking very, very comfortable. But we will see Elijah Pitt start off this half on the ball here, so we're going to see what happens as Weeze puts that pressure on in the full court here. And we'll see what that does to the defensive situations now, as Paul George is going to be guarded by Kyrie Irving. We'll see if Elijah can set him up in the post here and find an open shot for somebody in a spot, as it's Kawhi Leonard going to the basket here. It is not going to go down, but they get the offensive rebound, a chance to reset. You see he sets Paul George up again here, moves over, finds Serge Ibaka on the elbow, but it's a deep two, and it is off. That shooting drought continues for Pitt. And on the other end, it's an easy layup for Hayes as Kyrie finishes over Serge Ibaka and Nicholas Batum. That's a difficult finish to see for Elijah, who has not had anywhere near that much luck in the paint himself.
No, but when you're hot, you're hot, especially with 2K Logic. I swear it gives you extra boosters if you really have that momentum going for you. The and one does not go, but Kyrie Irving is going to the line to make this 14-point game if possible. Nice screen release. I mean, Kyrie is very good with free throws, so he'll likely get these. But man, when I tell you that defense means everything, it means everything, especially in this game, but also luck as well. I don't feel like the shots that Elijah's taking with Serge Ibaka are terrible shots. They're makeable shots for Serge. He's not going to make all of them, but the fact that he hasn't made any of them is so very crucial as he tries to go. Gets a lucky pass. Clears him up. James Harden with a wide open shot, and sometimes you fall for the fake, and guess what? You end up getting faked out and leave your opponent wide open.
Yeah, everything right now is going the way of Hayes. These Brooklyn Nets are hitting. They're getting the calls too. When he gets to the basket, he's gotten fouled quite a bit, gotten more free throws. And you just see these shots right here, like on this angle for Hayes. There's just been none of those really. On the other side for Elijah Pitt, he's been trying to take a lot of those and they haven't gone. And then it breaks out into another fast break like that. And that's how Hayes has been. Just play stalwart defense, allow these wing shots that apparently are not, they're low percentage because of the difficulty we've seen Elijah have in making them, and then just break out, get to the basket and get fouled. It's a really high percentage strategy, and it has led him to this 18-point lead. Maybe he's going to make it 20 here as James Harden cocks it all the way back down to Atlanta and brings it up to Brooklyn with a slam. There is a 20-point lead for Hayes.
A nice dunk right there, but unfortunately it doesn't quite hit the same when you're down more than a couple points right here, as we see Hayes try to dance on Lou Will. This should be an easy bucket if he feels like it, but he just wants to milk out the clock. Oh wow, right here, easy dunk. Oh my gosh, he didn't even look like he was trying. Elijah put his hand to his head because he's frustrated and can't believe the nonsense that just occurred. James Harden dunking over two defenders?
I mean, this is just the way it goes, right? Like you said, when it rains, it pours. And when things are going bad, sometimes they only go to worse. As we see Weeze jump out to this 20-point lead here in the third quarter for Pitt. This is do or die time. There's nothing else you can really hope for. You just need the shots to start falling. And that is not a fortunate tone for me to have to take, because he's gotten looks, but the execution has just been off. And We know the
Yeah.
Clippers aren't the team he prefers to use. We know he prefers to actually use the Lakers. So you got to wonder if these releases are all off, and that's part of the reason why he hasn't found it. And really, if Weeds is just comfortable knowing that and just saying, hey, I'm just going to play interior defense. I'm going to prevent you from getting layups, prevent you from getting close shots to the basket, and really force you to green from the outside and from the corners. And as we've seen it, nobody's been able to, and nobody's been able to keep up with Hey Weez.
Nobody has. As Kawhi is making some moves down the lane, I would love to see more action from Kawhi right here. And another missed shot. So I guess action doesn't really matter if you're not making the shots. A fadeaway, I would have been upset if I were Elijah. If Kawhi Leonard with a three, relatively wide open, didn't go down, but Kyrie with a fade, just as wide open, but still with a fade, went down. Fortunately, they both did not go down, or unfortunately for Elijah, but a miss right there as Hey Weez has a wide open layup. And man, this thing is getting a wee bit ridiculous. It's looking like this might be Hey Weez's victory for this All-Star
it's definitely looking like that
weekend. Yeah.
For him here, he's up again, another 20-point lead here as you see shutting down the drive there. DeAndre Jordan, too much to overcome. There's an open three for Lou Will, but Elijah's not going to take it. It's just really looking like at this point, the chips are all on the table. Everything is out and it's all done. But for the last 5 minutes of the fourth quarter, as right now, Hey Weez taking his time at this point. He doesn't really want anything else to happen. He just wants the time to play out, and then he can sit and collect his winnings on the day. As we see KD get the spin move. He's not there, but there's DeAndre Jordan because you know what? Why not? Why not just get an easy rebound and put yourself up by 24 here as time expires in the third quarter.
Green for DeAndre Jordan and quite possibly green in Hey Weez's future, as it's looking like this thing is going to come to then one more quarter left, but it's looking like this thing just might be a wrap up for Hey Weez. It is a 24-point game. 24-point game. Math has been escaping me. Can you believe I used to be a math major? A math minor, I apologize.
I can believe it, It's just one of those things where, everybody has an off day. We're certainly seeing right now what's happening for Elijah. He had a great run to the finals, but right now it is just coming up against a wall as Hey Weez has just shut down the paint, said, I'm going to force you to make these perimeter shots. And that hasn't happened. And it's more of the same now for Weez as he runs out, stops it, going to set it back here, look for an easier shot to see if he can get a layup. But even if nothing happens, you just let 24 seconds run off. And even if you don't get a shot, that's a little bit more time gone, a little bit closer towards collecting that first place prize.
Yes, first place prize never felt so sweet, so good. You know what else is so good? I have to plug in a little bit of a HBCU experience just cause, but there is nothing more than I love at HBCU. We have something called Fried Fish Fridays and Fried Chicken Wednesdays. And let me tell you, Eli, the cafeteria will be out the door for our Fried Chicken Wednesdays. I don't know if you heard, there was a little bit of a blurb in the breaks where they talked about at North Carolina A&T and how the cafeteria food wasn't really popping. And honestly, at Spelman, it was not either. But when I tell you the line was out the door, because when the cafeteria really tried, it was when they had the fried chicken. And do you like peach cobbler?
Yes, I do.
They had the best peach cobbler. They had a wonderful peach cobbler. And you know what? Honestly, if you ever come to Atlanta, wherever around Spelman, if we ever do any HBCU tours, anything like that, I would love for you to experience the lovely fried chicken and peach cobbler. I just had to get a little plug, some HBCU love here, right here. What is are you more of a fried chicken or a fried fish person? What do you feel like you would like the best?
See, now in response to that question you just posed to me right here, I have to just let you know a little bit about my life and the way that I look at things. And you know what I want to say is I don't make good foods fight. Okay. Where I come from, we enjoy two good things and they get to exist in harmony. So you go fry me up some catfish, You want to fry up some
Yeah.
swai, I will most definitely appreciate
I
it.
know
And if
you
you can make some fried chicken work, we will appreciate that. But we don't make wonderful pieces of food compete against each other. Not for me, not my timeline, not my 2021.
There is room for both, is what you are saying at the plate, at the dinner
Absolutely.
table. See, you're mad. You're good. You think well. I like that. You know, because Thanksgiving. What would Thanksgiving be if we pitted the stuffing and the turkey and everything together? Everything needs to reside in harmony. You're a smart man. I like that. But you know,
It's about cohesion. It's about peace. It's about working together.
and speaking of working together, everything is working for Brooklyn right now as Hey Weez is just running away with it. A 30-point game. I thought that, you know, after the last game, it would be a little bit closer, you get a little bit more, but maybe the Clippers just not your team, trying to switch it up, maybe switch it up just a bit too much.
Yeah, and it's definitely unfortunate to see Elijah have to finish like this. You know, he wanted something much better in this final game. He made the switch to the Clippers from that 76ers team, but really just ran into the same issues. And for Hey Weez, it was just a lot of the very similar action. He got himself in the good positions. He got, you know, he knew what to target defensively, what he was willing to give up, and what shots he was going to force the opponent to make. And on this day, nobody was able to come up. As you see, another perimeter shot go awry, and Weez got his feet up. He's kicking it. He's happy. He's going to be enjoying the first place prize tonight as we draw closer to the end of game number 2.
Yes, I can hear you.
That's the victory pose right there. Just chilling, warming in the bask of that $500. And you know what? I don't feel like this is the last time that we're going to do a 2K tournament. You know, this is the All-Star break. Maybe, hopefully, HBCU Heroes. This time sponsored by Intel. Shout out to Intel for sponsoring this lovely event. Maybe we do something later on, you know, when it's around the playoffs on, and maybe Elijah has a shot at, you know, the Lakers being healthy. Then hopefully they are healthy. Anthony Davis is recovered from his calf strain, and he can really utilize the team that he's used to playing in order to make sure that he can win. But as of now, we hear the music, and you know what happens when the music starts to play. And it's time for us to start to get up on out of here, because Hey Weez is looking like the owner of a $500 stack of cash.
Absolutely. The Clippers pack is lit. The Sixers pack was lit. Even the opposing Nets pack was lit. And it's Hey Weez who's going to take it to the bank. Why not drop it off there? Gets a 3 to go. Why not go up by 30 and finish it with one of those threes that so many of Hey Weez's opponents were not able to make, as we finish it off there. That will be it. 51-21 for Hey Weez. He is going to sweep this finals. He goes undefeated in this tournament run, and he will be your HBCU Heroes Showdown NBA 2K21 champion.
The fountain, we all wait for holy showers. I just been waiting to blow up my rap game on a little time bomb. Too many eyes for what I'm on. Too many vibes I done stepped on. Too many times I was slept on. Too many lies I correct them. Too many tries I forget, son. Too many lies gotta check on. I just want my check. Smooth, how the boy keep on move, scheme. No, they ain't got no clue. True, I got a lot to gain. No, I ain't about to lose. Who really want to test my mood? Ooh, eat these tracks like food. Niggas asleep, they snooze. Ooh, drip 2 minute ooze. Ooh, I'm off the spliff again. I might just shit on them. I just pick up the pen, then I put down the pen. My shit is off the head. I might just offer them. I need a coffin. My tongue is a killer. My smile is charming. Killing these rappers like I was a Spartan. That's 300 syllables against your army. I know you feel it. This fire alarming. Huh? Hey, Chewy drop.